Hi friends! Welcome back to my channel. I'm Xoxo, this is Xoxo Tarot, and in today's reading, super big boy reading I might add, we are going to be looking at what you need to know about the connection you are asking about. So this is going to be more of a love reading, though if you want to ask about any type of connection, feel free, but it is up to you to filter out the messages. But we have a lot to cover, and I've been resting up for a big boy, so let's talk about what we're doing in this big boy. So to start in the free reading on YouTube, where you are here, hi, we are going to look at your current energy in this connection, your person's current energy and your connection with them, and the connecting energy between the two of you. You may not be able to confirm your person's current energy, but you should be able to recognize yours. And I set the intention that your energy is going to be on the left by the candle. Your person's energy is going to be on the right. If it's flip-flopped, that's okay, but it's going to be up to you to switch that. I just want to ease confusion. And if that resonates, you found the right pile. You may not be able to know if your person's current energy resonates, but you should be able to recognize your energy, and you should be able to recognize the energy that you're feeling in the connection. So if those resonate, then you found the right pile. Remember, don't force things that don't fit. But if that resonates, then we're going to go into the tarot deck that you choose, and we're going to start by asking the question, what do you need to know most about this connection? Obviously for your highest good. Then we're going to get some guidance for you on any fears that you're having around the connection, whether that's like reassurance or just helping you see more clearly what these fears are showing you. And then we're going to look at what the connection is trying to show you about yourself. So I'm really excited to see what's going to come through with that question. And then we're going to look at how you can deepen your connection with your person and slash like create more intimacy with you and your person. So I'm excited for that question as well. And then we're going to finish off with guidance from Miss MEGADECK. She is making an appearance today. So if you're not giving a like for me, you better give a like for MEGADECK, because we don't disrespect her here. Now, if you're really enjoying that and want to hear me swear and be more chaotic, and if you want to explore a shameless deep dive into your person's energy, then you are going to want to check out the extended link down below on Vimeo. We have a lot of fun down there. Anyone who's who's been to the extended side, they will probably tell you, yeah, it's worth it. It's a lot of fun. I work just as hard on them as I do the free readings, but in the extended, we are just doing a shameless deep dive into your person's energy. So we're gonna start by looking at how they're currently viewing you as an individual, and also how they're viewing their connection with you. Then we are going to use the deck that you chose once again to pull what they've been recently thinking about you, what their current feelings are for you, their current intentions towards you, and the action that they plan to take towards you in the near future. I definitely think that distinction is important to see how aligned their intentions and their actions are. Hopefully that will be really helpful for you. And then we're going to get channeled messages, so message cards, and I'm going to use those channel messages from them to not only, let you know what they want to say to you or what maybe they're thinking, but also clarify each of these messages, numbers 11 through 14, so that we can get an even clearer idea of what they're thinking, what they're feeling, intentions, actions, yada yada. And then we will finish off with some final love guidance. So if you feel called to the extended, please check it out. Not only is it super helpful to me, but I do my best to make them as affordable as possible so that as many of you can see it as possible. That is very important to me. So thank you to everyone who checks that out over there. You are helping me more than you realize, but of course, I'm just grateful that you're here. And if you want to help me in a free way, liking the video, letting the ads play are super helpful ways. But if you have the means to, definitely check out the extends, because we have a lot of fun over there. And if you like chaos and swearing and all of that, I think you will be pleased. But with that being said, we have 4 different groups for you to choose from today. Starting with group number 1, we are going to be using the Apparition Tarot, and I have this Amazonite heart on top. And then for group number 2, we are going to be using the Starchild Tarot, and I have this piece of Kunzite on top. Hopefully I'm saying that correctly. And then for pile 3, we're going to be using the Modern Love Tarot, and I have this, I think it's strawberry quartz, but it could be rhodonite. I do believe it's strawberry quartz though, or some kind of quartz moon on top. And then finally, for group number 4, we are going to be using the Gentle Thrills Tarot, and I have this aura-coded quartz on top. So with that being said, go ahead and pause the video if you need to. We are going to go ahead now and get into our Make-A-Wish mini message portion. So if you are unaware, my tarot candle line is available and linked down below. Any candles on Angelic Magic 888 site, you can use code ASO10 for 10% off. But with the tarot candle line, this is the star candle. Each one comes with a mini tarot card inside, and the star candle comes with a unique star crystal as well. So the star represents things like hope, faith, healing, things on the label. It's one of the most positive cards in the deck, and this candle is one of my most favorite scents. It's Egyptian amber. If you're called to, if you're not into the star candle, you may want to check out the Archangel Metatron candle because it is the same scent and it's my favorite scent. But with that being said, we're going to see the mini tarot card that is inside, and that is going to be the mini message for this reading. So, ooh, okay. Ooh, and we've got a malachite star. I love that. I feel like that is a good sign for heart healing. So we're going to take that bad boy out right there. Look at how pretty that is. I love that. And can we also just appreciate like how gorgeous she is? I love that. Okay, we'll get into the mini message in a second, but let's start by making our wish. So if you need to pause the video or just take a second to focus your intentions of whatever your wish is, feel free. I'm gonna make a little wish myself. May yours, mine, and all of our wishes come true for the highest good of all beings. That was maybe an unnecessary amount of fire. Nah, I'm an Aries. There's no such. Whoa! Look at her. She is like. She's like. Not only are your wishes coming true, we'll set anything on fire that's in the way of them. Okay. So we have the mini message of the Hanged Man. So this definitely to me is a sign that if you are having trouble right now, it could be because you are resisting what is or resisting surrendering to what is. You know, the Hanged Man is all about surrendering, not necessarily to their environment, but to whatever is. I guess environment counts with that. And there's also an acceptance in that. But a big thing about the Hanged Man as well is that that surrender allows for a new perspective. This is also Pisces energy. So Pisces energy could be significant. But this is a lot about you not feeling like you have to rush or that you have to take action. You know, if you feel like you want to push forward in life right now, but it seems like nothing is working out, or it seems like, you know, despite your best efforts, you can't seem to move forward, I think that's a sign that you're being called to take a step back and rest. This is also a sign that anything that you've seen in meditation might have like important messages for you, or make sure you're writing down what's in your meditations. If you're not meditating, that's a sign that you should be, because there could be important signs in there. I wouldn't be shocked if things you see in meditation you see out around you. I feel like there is this emphasis here on you surrendering more to your spiritual nature, whatever that is for you. Whether that's just a deeper connection with yourself, a spiritual practice, a religious practice, whatever it may be, surrendering to what feels right, and also not forcing yourself to continue doing the same things over and over again, or doing things that you know don't fulfill you just because you think you should, or because it's what's familiar. I feel like there are things that are out of your hands right now that the universe is kind of encouraging you to just take your hands off the wheel and let the universe work its magic. Because I think that there are certain things where you may not realize, like, oh, I didn't need to be pushing for this. The universe was gonna help me receive this all along. An example of this that I'm thinking of is last year, I traveled for about a month, and I had this expectation that I was gonna have this, like, you know, light bulb moment while I was traveling. And I was kind of disappointed that that didn't happen when I was traveling. When I came back, I was like, man, I thought I would be like a completely different person, which is silly, but like, I don't know, I kind of felt like I would have a bigger shift or something like that. And it was only after I came back that I realized, like, oh, I just needed to take a break and have fun. That was the light bulb moment. I just needed to embrace being with my friends and, you know, exploring the world and having a good time. And sometimes I just need to surrender to the fact that, you know, traveling or doing things that I enjoy is not necessarily for some greater purpose other than the great purpose of enjoying my life and seeing more of the world. So I definitely think that if you are trying to find some clarity, the way to receive it is by letting go of the need to have the answer. It's like, it's going to come to you in that moment. I'm also seeing the very last scene of Mad Men, excellent show if you've never seen it, one of my favorite shows in the entire world, where the main character, Don, is meditating with his back to the ocean, and he has, there's like this little ding, like this, almost like this light bulb moment, and he smiles. And I guess I don't want to like, well, you know, he has a light bulb moment that is very powerful for him. So that's kind of what I was seeing. And so I think meditation is going to be super helpful for you. If you're not the type to sit down and meditate, I would look into guided meditations of any kind. I would also look into active meditations. Like if you can dance and listen to like, you know, music with chanting in it. Oh, chanting is a great way to increase your spiritual energy, but just really anything that can kind of allow your mind specifically to let go of the reins and let the universe work its magic for you. Because I feel like you may be feeling like you're responsible for everything, or that you have to be in control of everything, or you have to know every next step. And the universe is like, no, we've got you. We've got your back. Please stop trying to push. You're wearing yourself out. Let us help you. So the more you can surrender and let go, the more you will receive, and the easier things will be for you. And as I said that, I burped. So that means it will help you release negativity around trusting yourself. And also I think it'll help you trust not only the rhythms of your own body and of your own energy, and also trust that what's meant for you won't miss you, and the universe is bringing you what you need in the perfect time, in the perfect way. And if you don't need to know something, you probably won't know it yet. And when you do, you will get the message. So don't worry, don't stress, everything's okay, but give yourself time to rest and really go within and relax. So hopefully that resonates. Thank you. Shout out to my intro squad. If anyone wants to talk about like meditation techniques or anything like that, feel free to. If you have links, you can't post links because bots like to post, you know, adult content. So I would just type what it is, because if you post it with a link, people won't see your comments. So if you want to add any recommendations or anything like that, or just support each other, I get so happy when I see you guys just like uplifting and supporting each other in the comments. So thank you for making the comment section such a supportive and beautiful place, and thank you for letting me read for you. And with that being said, we are going to go ahead and get into your reading now. So feel free, if you need to pick more than one pile, that's absolutely okay. Like I said, there will be an energy check in each one. I know the piles are pretty. I know it can be challenging, but if it resonates, it's meant for you. If it doesn't, it's not. It is that simple. Don't overthink it. And once you've picked your pile or piles, I will see you in your reading. Hi there, pile one. Welcome to your reading, and thank you so much for being here. If you guys chose the Amazonite Heart and the Apparition Tarot, this is going to be your reading on what you need to know about your connection with your person. So we're going to start by making sure that this is actually your reading and this is what you need to know. So we're going to look at your energy, your person's current energy, and the connecting energy between the two of you. Your energy is going to be on the left next to the candle. Your person's energy is going to be on the right. If the energies are flip-flopped, feel free to switch them. And if there is mirroring here, if you resonate with both sides, that's just indicative of mirroring, or that there's similar energies. That's absolutely okay as well. But do not force a message that doesn't fit. So if it doesn't resonate, this message is not for you. So to start with your energy, we have the Eight of Cups, new direction, walking away. We have movement. For your person's energy, we have the Two of Wands, independence, achievement. We have anxiety, mood. And then for the connecting energies between the two of you, we have escape and we have sparks. Hello, new connections. Pile one, did you meet someone recently? I wouldn't be shocked if you did. Okay. I'm going to get very clear on who this reading is for, just straight off the gate. For the vast majority of you, this is someone that you have met recently, or someone that you have been seeing and it's still pretty new. If this is someone that you have known for a while, this is not someone you have ever been with in a committed way. This is definitely someone who you have never, like, this is not an ex. So if you've in the past been like, Asa, I'm tired of getting my ex, well, congratulations. You've done the healing necessary to get out of that. And if you're wanting to hear about that, I would try a different pile. But I'm so excited to talk about this energy. I feel like for some of you, you were maybe stressed out by the energy of these cards, but this is actually so freaking awesome. I wanted to say a different F word, but I feel like it's too early. We'll save that. But let's start with your energy, which I just first of all would like to compliment. Like, chef's kiss. Your energy is chef's kiss. You pass the vibe check here. I feel like you are in this really healthy energy of like, if it is not serving me, if it is not loving, if it is not reflective of my worth, it is not for me. I feel like you've probably been in a position where it's taken you some time to work through past emotional pain and taken you some time to just feel comfortable being open to someone again. And also, I think too, maybe like in the past you tried to move on or tried to move on from your past, but it seemed like you just kept meeting people that were similar to your past, or the same person kept coming up. And it seems like, it is a fact that you have done the work necessary and learned those lessons, and you have evolved beyond that cycle. So can we just like, I'm so happy for you. Like, round of applause, like snaps. I'm so happy for you, pile one. Like, no matter what, like, this is a beautiful energy to be in. This is an energy of self-love. This is an energy of seeing your worth. And like, I have chills everywhere. I'm so happy to see this. I'm so happy for you. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. So I definitely feel like your energy right now is open to this person, but also like, I am not going to put up with any BS. So, you know, if this person is playing games with me, if this person is wasting my time, like, I'm going to keep moving forward and moving towards what's for me. And I'm just like, that is beautiful. You've clearly been working really hard on yourself, investing a lot of time into yourself, and you have learned necessary lessons around what is not going to serve you and what is not worth investing your energy in. And so I feel like in this person that you've met, you definitely feel this like, okay, like there's something new here. The biggest thing that I want to say, which actually let's start with the connecting energies, is there is a mutual energy here of like sparks. Like, I'm hearing Sparks Fly by Taylor Swift. Hot take, but my favorite album of hers is Speak Now. I'm not a Swiftie, but I support Swifties and love to see queens thriving and succeeding, all kinds. I support women's rights and women's wrongs. Anyway, it seems like the both of you, like, there's a line in that song that says, I see sparks fly whenever you smile. And I feel like there's that vibe there. Like, there's a lot of chemistry. There's some physical tension there. I don't know if you guys have done anything like that yet, but I can definitely feel there's an energy of respect. But also, it seems like the connection itself is creating a pathway for the both of you to experience life differently than how you've ever experienced it before. And in your case, I feel like this is someone who is not dependent on you for their self-esteem. Also someone who is not going to control you or tell you negative things or harmful things in order to make you feel insecure and make them feel better about themselves, which, like, glad you don't have people like that in your life anymore. Excuse me, I'm burping. And as I say that, you know, when I burp in readings, I'm fine, I promise. It's just like a release of negativity. And I feel like for you, maybe, I think maybe one thing that you and your person bond over is the fact that you're very protective over your heart. You both have been working on yourselves. But I feel like for you, it's more likely that you've been dating and kind of, which I guess maybe that's actually the both of you. I feel like the both of you have been either you haven't been doing anything at all and you've been solely working on yourself, and meeting this person, it's like, okay, whoa, like, who are you? Like, I like the vibes going on here. And your person feels the same way, and that, I think, scares the ever-loving shit out of them. But they're not backing away or backing down. The vibe that I'm getting here is that the both of you mutually feel a lot of chemistry, a lot of connection with each other, that, like, this is an energy of equals. And I feel like you're in this very relaxed kind of, well, trying to be relaxed state of being where you're like, there's a part of you that's like, I don't want to get my hopes up. Like, I don't want to like, which like partially kind of makes me sad because you deserve to feel hope about exciting things in your life. But I also understand like you don't want to be disappointed. So I feel like you have this really beautiful mindset of like, you know, if it's meant to work out, it will, but I'm not going to, you know, hold on to something that isn't flowing. I'm not going to, you're not putting your life on hold for anyone. And I feel like you're in this energy of, I want to keep seeing where this is going. I want to keep exploring this, but also, you know, if they don't feel the same way, I'm going to keep moving. I'm not going to, like, you have a vibe of shit or get off the pot, which love that for you. Whereas your person, I definitely feel like they have either never met someone like you or they've never met. Okay, so there's something about the both of you. So you are not only physically attractive to them, but you also have an incredibly attractive personality. And I feel like in the past, this person has either been attracted to someone and they didn't really vibe with their personality, or they had a really great personality, but they weren't necessarily attracted to them in a romantic way. You got it all, pile one. Like, your person is terrified. It's like, I feel like they wanted this for so long, like someone like you, someone that they do have genuine chemistry with, and maybe both of you had this vibe of like, well, maybe that just doesn't exist, and maybe I should settle. And I feel like both of you are seeing now like, oh, like this is why I don't settle for something that isn't for me, because like something like this is out there. I feel like the both of you are ready to escape past cycles, and you see that opportunity with one another, which I mentioned. But for your person, it seems like there is this fear of moving too quickly, especially because they forgot what it felt like to feel so attracted to someone, and to like, you know, not in a creepy way, but like have their thoughts consumed by you, and like be thinking about you, and just like, it's scary to them because, you know, they usually are focused on, you know, their personal achievements and their independence. And so there's a focus for them right now where it's like, don't fall too hard too fast, like stay centered. If your person has mutable placements like Pisces, Gemini, Virgo, or Sagittarius, there could be like, if they have a dominance of those energies, it could be that it's very easy for them to be consumed by a relationship, and especially one where they're very invested in it. So I definitely think there's this like this person wanted, your person wanted this type of connection, wanted someone like you in their life so badly. And now that they have it, they're like, holy crap, like I don't want to mess this up. What if it's too good to be true? Like, what if something happens? And so I feel like they are doing their best to just stay centered and not dive too deeply. And it's interesting too, because you're kind of showing up with this ocean and they're showing up with a desert. And so I feel like, and I'm hearing our Lord and Savior Selena Gomez, A Year Without Rain, and it's literally what it feels like for them. It's like they realize, like, you're quenching a thirst they forgot they had. And that scares them, because then it's like, because I don't think they realized, you know, how comfortable they had gotten with less passion in life. You know, it's like they've kind of been getting by on individual achievements, and like it seems like they've had a generally solid routine for themselves, and you're kind of coming in and just like changing everything for them, and that's really exciting, but also very nerve-wracking. I feel like your person is in an energy of, I really want to see where this goes, but I want to be as careful and as like pragmatic about this as possible, because I feel like there is this worry on both ends. Like, you know, I feel like neither of you want to have a situation where it's like things burn really hot and fast and then they dissipate just as fast. I feel like you guys are doing your best to kind of like keep the connection moving without moving too quickly, and without like making the other feel like the other's not interested. I do feel like on your end, there may be times where your person's vibe seems off, or they just seem a little bit iffy, and that might be really, really anxiety inducing or fear inducing for you. And first of all, that's absolutely okay. Don't shame yourself for that. Like, these are, even when we heal and move beyond, you know, past wounds, that doesn't mean they don't come up again for even more healing. You know, healing never ends. And, you know, one of the things that, and I don't think it really matters, like, whether you've been in a hurt in a relationship or not. I think it's nerve-wracking no matter what, to kind of open yourself up and be vulnerable. I feel like when you guys are together, time stops, and like, you can spend hours and hours and hours with each other, and hopefully you have, because I'm sure you guys have great conversations and like a lot of passion, and it just, like, time flies by like that. It's almost like you guys are this beautiful escape from each other, not from each other, with each other, from the world. But also, you know, there is the risk of that becoming unhealthy. And so I feel like the both of you are doing your best to just kind of stay centered, stay true to yourselves without giving the other the impression that you're not interested. So I feel like this is a beautiful match, in the sense that you guys have, like, you guys are different where it matters, but similar in so many ways. And I think that there's a lot of empathy you have for each other's experiences. And I don't know how much you've opened up. I would be willing to bet you've opened up more than your person has. But I also think that's because your person maybe is not used to opening up in a romantic sense. Like, I almost feel like even when they've been in romantic relationships, they haven't met someone that is able to see through whatever mask or get to the core of who they are. Like, they might know deeper things about them, but past relationships and past people, they haven't been able to really see to that depth. And, you know, something else too, this could be confirmation for some of you. This person may be used to, like, dating, in the sense of having, like, you know, 1 or 2 dates with a lot of different people. And maybe they just felt like, oh, that like, maybe I'm never gonna meet the right person. Maybe I'm gonna be picky, or maybe I'm never gonna, I don't want to say the right person, because, like, what does that even mean? But I feel like what they were looking for, they found in you, which is someone that they feel this intangible passion with, this chemistry with, and this, like, this feeling that makes them feel more alive, that makes them feel like they're not lost in a desert, but rather they're just in the sand walking to the ocean. It's like, and where you guys meet, it's at the beach, because, like, oh, maybe you met at a beach, or, like, had a date at a beach. That could be significant. Beaches could be significant, but it's like where you guys meet, it's like the beach. And who doesn't love the beach? Okay, people who don't love the beach, like, that's your right, but I'm sorry, but you're wrong. That's a wrong I don't support. We love beaches around here. But more than anything, I feel like the both of you are kind of, maybe you haven't had, like, a what are we conversation. I could see a little bit of antsiness on your side, because it does seem like you are ready to move faster than your person is. But think about it this way. You can move a lot more quickly in calm waters than you can walking in sand dunes. Like, if you've ever, you know, run, like, in the desert or on a sand dune, like, you know how physically grueling that can be. So I feel like for your person, it takes them more time to kind of get on the same page as you, or just, like, catch up to you. But I feel like you're being so patient and understanding with them, which I feel like is beautiful, but also not denying yourself and your needs. So, like, for example, if you guys aren't in a committed relationship, you're just seeing one another, like, I can see you just being like, yeah, okay, I really have a connection with this person, but also, like, I'm not going to stop myself from exploring the world and just seeing what is out there. And I love that. That's such beautiful, healthy energy. And yeah, I love this. I love this energy so much. I'm so happy for you. And I feel like this is an energy where the both of you are really feeling each other, and there's those nerves and the excitement that comes with meeting a new person, that comes with, you know, a new experience, and when, you know, that comes with paths converging. And while there is fear here, and uncertainty and hesitance and a little bit of, like, guards up, walls up, I feel like the sparks are helping set those on fire so that you both can be more open with each other. So yeah, I feel like for both of you, it's like both of you have something that the other needs, like certain attributes, certain ways of being. It's like, you know, you're the water that needs the sandy beach, and they're the sand that needs the water to make the beach. Does that make sense? So if that resonates, oh, also with this escape card, this is like also escaping a lot of the same old thing, a lot of stress, a lot of tension, a lot of like blah energy, a lot of apathy, a lot of like same old, same old. I'm like getting that scene from SpongeBob where like that random fish is they're like going through his schedule every day, where he's like, you know, he wakes up, he's in traffic, he's at work, he's in bed, then he wakes up, and then he's in, you know, that's the kind of vibe that I'm getting. Whereas like you guys are walking away from that, and there's like this, I feel like you found what you are looking for in each other, but also being like, I don't want it to be too good to be true. I don't want to, you know, jinx anything. I don't want to ruin anything. And so I see this like very beautiful, patient energy that's like just taking things one step at a time, in the words of our Lord and Savior Jordan Sparks. And yeah, I love that for you. So let's go ahead and get into your tarot now. But while I'm shuffling, if you guys are interested and you want to know like what your person is thinking and feeling, in the extended, we are doing a deep dive into your person's energy. So if you like my chaos, my swearing, I'm not going to hold my F's back there, and you just want to do a deep dive into your person's energy, it'll be like, we look at 8 things in the free reading. We're looking at 8 things in the extended. So if you want to, oh, that was bad shuffle, but thankfully I know that you will forgive me. If you want to check that out, that'll be linked down below. Thank you to everyone who does. Anyone who's seen an extended, you know, if you want to vouch for me, I appreciate you. We have lots of fun over there, and I love doing them. And if you think I'm chaotic and unhinged here, believe it or not, I'm reined in. I just wanted to do like one bridge shuffle, but it's okay. If not though, I'm just grateful you're here, and I'm just grateful to read this energy, to see this. Like, I'm just so happy that this is an energy out there right now. Like, I wish that I could be a fly on the wall and just like be excited on your behalf. Like, I feel like a crazy aunt that's like stalking you, like with binoculars, just like making sure you're safe and okay, but also hoping that you're enjoying yourself and having a good time. Anyway, I love this. And like I said too, you know, even if this doesn't have to be a new person. This could be someone that you've known for a long period of time, but at the very least you have never explored the connection as deeply as it's heading, and you've never been in like a committed relationship. This is not an ex. Okay, so we're gonna start by asking the question of the reading, which is, and it's getting so hot, speaking of Nelly, I had to take my jacket off, so a lot of heat between the two of you. Spirit, what does pile 1 need to know most about this connection? What do they need to know about this connection for their highest good, please? Yeah. Like, hello, Sparks. You can trust the excitement that you feel. You can trust, like, this is the beginning of a beautiful creative spark for you. If you've been going through a very grueling healing process, you're going to be seeing the other side of that, which, like, first of all, can I just say, like, I think I already said it a little bit, but like, I am so proud of you. Like, on a human friend level, like, if you were in front of me, I start the video with hi friends for a reason. If you were in front of me right now, like, I would be giving you the biggest hug and just being like, you are so badass. I'm so proud of you. Like, I'm grinning from ear to ear. Like, as an internet mother, I could not be more proud. Anyway, with this Ace of Wands here, I really feel like Spirit is saying you can trust these sparks. Like, they are here and they are for real. But also, this is not necessarily a warning, but something to be aware of, in the sense that fire can also, there's a message here of not relying on your person to do everything. There's encouragement for you to also create opportunities for more connection, whether that's like inviting this person out to do something you enjoy or doing something creatively together. I think if there's like a lot of tension and you guys are trying to leave room for Jesus, whatever that means to you, not that you have to, but just if you are for whatever reason, Spirit's saying that like you guys could really connect through a creative activity or through something that allows you like to both like express yourselves. Like an example I'm thinking of is there's places where you can drink wine and paint, which, I mean, you don't have to go to a place for that. You could put on a Bob Ross video and pour some wine. Not that you have to. I you know, consume responsibly, only if you're comfortable with that. You can do things like, I feel like there's this encouragement to be creative with how you continue to get to know each other and not feel like you have to do like the standard dinner and a movie thing or that you have to adhere to any rules. But I also see that there's a lot of opportunities for passion between the two of you, and I feel like this connection is reigniting a lot of your passion just for what life has to offer, new possibilities, new ways of seeing the world, new creative opportunities, and just a newfound energy, like in the sense that you just have more of it. You're more excited, and I feel like there is this message here of don't invalidate your excitement, don't invalidate your feelings, and don't invalidate your passion, because not only are you like selling yourself short and selling this situation short in that way, but also you're denying yourself the opportunity to feel excited and feel good. I understand why it's there. You're trying to protect yourself. You don't want to be disappointed, but this only happens so often in life, and you deserve to enjoy that. This is the beginnings. This is early days, and you know, whatever is meant to happen will happen, but it is a mutual creation. And I do feel the urge to remind you that you don't have to leave everything in their court. And in fact, I think that they would be your person, by they, I mean your person, they would be kind of relieved to see you initiate, and maybe you already are initiating. Don't shy away from that. Don't let your ego get in your head about that, because I feel like your person maybe has more fears around initiating, like they don't want to, you know, suggest the wrong thing, or they don't want to be rejected, and I'm sure you feel that way too. But it seems like at the very least, look, you've got your little magic wand there. You can create whatever scenarios you want here, and I feel like Spirit is really encouraging you to get creative with how you and your person connect. So, you know, whatever excites you, whatever allows you to get to know each other in a unique way. Ooh, you guys could do, well, first of all, axe throwing is really fun. You might want to look into that. And also, what I was thinking of is like a break room, not like a break room at an office, but there's like these places where you can go and just break stuff. That might be really fun and really cathartic, because it seems like both of you have had some, you know, energetic, emotional, mental burdens. And I feel like that could really help the both of you kind of get that out and get that energy out, and maybe get some of that tension out so that, you know, you can continue to take things as slowly as you're comfortable with. But also, this is an urge to not deny the attraction you feel, to not rob yourself of the opportunity to enjoy the excitement of this situation. Like, if I sound more excited for you than you are, you need to step your excitement game up with peace and love. I mean, do what you want, but like, I'm super excited for you, and I feel like you probably feel even more excited for me, but you're trying to downplay it and play it cool. Like, you don't need to. Keep the candle lit. Be excited. This is exciting. I'm so excited for you. Yeehaw. And also, when you feel like you are up against a block or up against a wall in this situation, you're being reminded that there's always a way through. If you feel like you are stuck between two options, there's always a third. Like, this connection is going to be very helpful for you creatively. And even if you're not there's no such thing as not being a creative person by nature. We're literally creator beings. You create every day by just choosing how you want to feel, or choosing what you make for dinner, or choosing how you design your house, or, you know, picking the right card for your friend. Like, creativity is everywhere and it's in everything. It's not just in specific artistic ways. It can be, but creativity, like an example of creativity is creating a date that makes you excited, creating an opportunity for your person to express themselves in ways where maybe they haven't in the past. You know, if like the traditional dinner thing is a little intense, like find different ways to kind of ease some of that tension and excitement. Well, I don't know if you can ease that, but at the very least, keep your bodies and minds busy so that you're not in your heads. Like, one thing that I'm seeing is just walking and talking. I think that could be a great thing, and it's free. We love that. So like just walking and talking in a place that's really inspiring to the both of you, especially in nature. You know, I think it is even a therapeutic practice that a lot of therapists will take their clients like on walks as they talk, because it's easier for people to open up when they're moving, when they're walking. And so I feel like you're already kind of doing that. And I think that in a way you are kind of leading the way a little bit, but you're helping them ease their tensions in that way. And I feel this call to say as well, let go of how you think things need to be, and let go of the idea that things have to fit traditional gender norms or traditional social norms in order to be right or valid. There is no such thing as that. You know, you both get to create whatever this experience is. Don't deny your own creative abilities, and don't block yourself into a corner where you feel like you have to do things a certain way, or that you're trapped, because you're not. There's infinitesimal opportunities for new pathways together, new opportunities together. And I'm burping a lot, so there's a lot of negativity being released. And I think actually, and don't worry, I'm fine. Like, I've been to a doctor. I only burp when I'm doing this, or if I'm drinking diet soda. I love diet soda, but anyway, yeah, this is all about you honoring that excitement, and also not shying away for opportunities to connect with one another, be creative together, and let sparks fly more. I just love to see it. So let's get some guidance on fears that you have around this connection. Spirit, what does pile 1, that's you. You're the Ace of Wands. What does pile 1 need to hear when it comes to their fears? What can you say? Okay, so one of the things I want to mention is that it took a minute for this card to pop out. So there may be a part of you that's like, I'm not afraid. It's fine. I'm playing it cool. And I can tell, but also like, you don't need to. And if you are playing it cool, you may miss subconscious fears that are lingering in the surface. Oh, that's so cute. Okay, so first of all, I feel like this is a message about Spirit having your back and trusting that y'all were meant to meet each other for a reason. With this Lovers card being here, I feel like Spirit is saying that no matter what is meant to happen between the two of you, it's leading you closer to not only loving yourself, which you've already been experiencing. And like, that's the thing too, is you've been choosing yourself. You've been choosing love. Like, you're in a very healthy energy. And I feel like there's a part of you that doesn't trust yourself, that feels like, oh, I'm not ready, or what if I mess it up? Like, you can't mess it up. Relationships are not measured in any way. You can't mess up a relationship. Like, even like the challenging negative relationships you've had, you've grown and learned from them. That's the point of them. And, you know, the Lovers is all about choosing love and choosing your heart. And I feel like the universe is reminding you, like, your heart knows better than your mind does, especially when it comes to situations like this. Not that you should completely disregard your mind or disregard, you know, that part of you, but allow your heart to lead in the situation. I also feel like Archangel Raphael could be watching over this situation. I also think that you're being encouraged to extend your hand and give them the opportunity to reach yours. Like, I feel like you will both do that, but if you notice, your person's hands are kind of locked in these chains, and I think, you know, it's their fears, whereas you're all loosey-goosey and free, and we love that. So I feel like the universe is saying there may be times where you really want them to instigate, to confirm, like, that they feel the same way you do, but they do. Like, I'm here to confirm that. And so I think you're being encouraged, like, when you feel that urge to, like, extend your hand to them, when you feel that urge to go a bit more deeply, to talk about something that, you know, you haven't talked about before, or, you know, be vulnerable, do it. You're not going to regret it. This is all about you choosing love and asking yourself, like, what would love do in this situation? And that doesn't mean that you're in love with this person, but, you know, if you love yourself, you are going to approach dating and romantic relationships from a viewpoint that is not only loving towards you, but loving towards that person as well. Doesn't mean you're in love with them, but it does mean you're loving and kind towards them, which I'm not saying that you're not. But I think that it can be very easy for you to get in your head and feel like, oh, maybe this is too good to be true. Like, maybe this is just going to be another fling. But, like, here's some tea, pile one. There are times where people are like, oh, like, I'm seeing someone new, and or like, I've been dating, and, like, it takes a lot of energy for your situation to show up here. And when people are casually dating, there's not a whole lot of energetic exchange there. It's kind of two people getting to know one another. But think about how often, like, people can connect with each other, but or they're not really connecting. They're just talking at each other, or they're existing in the same spot, or they're doing an activity, or they're engaging in a conversation, but there's no real connection. Like, this situation would not have shown up if you were not meant to see it. And, like, truthfully, there are times where, like, a new situation doesn't come in because it doesn't have the energetic weight for me to even pick up on it, because it's just two people getting to know each other. So the fact that it's even here, the fact that we're even talking about this, the fact that I'm confirming it, that is a sign alone. But also to know, like, you are not alone in this situation. Like, the universe is blessing you. Archangel Raphael is watching over you. There is abundance here. I'm feeling the rune spirit Fehu. Like, there's a lot of creative energy here. This is a very nourishing, nurturing energy, and I feel like you guys are going to continue ascending here. And so, but I feel like that's going to happen on your own terms and with gentle understanding, communication, and compassion. And I have no doubt that you will be able to do that. But there's just a real message here of trust your heart. This reading came to you for a reason. This person came to you for a reason. You have these feelings for a reason, and you owe it to yourself to explore them and just see where things lead, because you never know where they could lead. And also, I feel like there's a message here to not put pressure or expectations on things, because that can create a lot of stress, and you don't need to. You know, more than likely, it's other people that will put stress and expectations on it. So there is a message here about being cautious about who you share this with, not because they'll be jealous or try to sabotage things, but, you know, a lot of people have very egoic ideas of romantic relationships, or very set expectations of how romantic relationships are supposed to unfold. And what works for you may not be what works for someone else. And sometimes that unsolicited advice can be unhelpful and create unnecessary stress. So I feel like no matter what, if it doesn't feel right in your heart, don't take it. And to trust that this situation is here for a reason, and you can trust yourself. You can trust yourself. You can trust yourself in this situation. You're fine. Don't beat yourself up. Don't let your doubt get in the way of this very magical energy that's here. I love this. Okay, so now I want to see, what is this connection trying to show pile one about themselves at this time? What is the connection? Oh, okay. Ha, yeah, so, oh, boobies. I didn't catch that. Hold 1 minute. All right, let me get some crystals. Very unfortunate, because they're the beautiful, beautiful breasts, but YouTube doesn't think so. So we'll have some censorship there, probably. Oh my god. And then hopefully these are actually censored, because one time I used a censorship crystal and then I didn't cover the boob at all, which is very on brand for me. But this connection is showing you where you're still attached to fear, to shadows, to uncertainty, to the past, to ways of being that don't align with you. But this is also showing you that you have needs. You know, the devil isn't all negative things. Like, the devil knows how to play hard and work hard. And I feel like there is a part of you that hasn't allowed yourself to indulge in the fun, playful aspects of life that are often demonized, especially by puritanical religions. You know, you don't have to hold yourself to those standards. So maybe something, you know, if you feel conflicted, you know, if you have religious beliefs that don't align with your heart, don't take them, you know, or if, you know, you've been deconstructing or healing, you know, from a religious doctrine that is telling you what you're doing is wrong or what you're doing is not okay, just remember that you know yourself better than a book written thousands of years ago, and you can trust that if it's not love, if it's not coming from a loving place, if it doesn't resonate as truth in your heart, you don't have to take it. You're not a bad or evil person for not choosing dogma that keeps you trapped and fearful and stuck in a state of being that you're ready to leave in the first place. This connection is showing you where you are still in chains, where you are still, you know, holding back out of fear, where you are still, you know, just needing to free yourself. I feel like the beautiful thing about this connection is it's about freedom for the both of you, and recognizing that, like, you can experience freedom with another person. Like, you don't have to, like, not all relationships are controlling or codependent. And, you know, I think as a human collective, we're trying very hard to move away from situations like that. And in your case, I feel like this connection is showing you where you're still holding back, where you're still not ready to let love in, where you're still feeling like you're not good enough, or where, you know, where your fears are keeping you trapped to a state of being that you know no longer aligns with you. But also I'm getting a message that, like, it's okay to be horny. Like, you deserve to feel that way. Like, don't kink shame yourself. Like, don't, like, that's not even kink though. Don't shame yourself for being a sexual being. Unless you're under the age of 18, in which that case you shouldn't even be here. Please go do something else. If you need to watch readings, watch ones about self-love. I don't want to see you watching. I don't want to hear from you. I don't want to know that you are here. These readings are not for you. These are for people. These are for adults with peace and love. Okay? It's not that I don't love you. It's just that you're not ready yet. These are not messages for you. But I know everybody here is above the age of 18. So with that being said, yeah, don't shame yourself for being a sexual being and having desires. I also think that there could be a lot of sexual healing in this connection, should you guys reach that point. But I do feel like this is not something I feel like this is less of a situation of like, I still have an issue around my attachment style. Okay, fixed, I'm done. I feel like this is rather, as long as you are engaged in a connection with this person, there are going to be things that come up as your connection grows and evolves, where you just see where you're still trapped, where you know, things lingering in your subconscious and your shadow self, you know, need to be freed and unleashed. And you know, a lot of times our shadows aren't bad things. They're just things that we're ashamed of. So like, for some of you, I'm getting the vibe, like, you know, if you've had an awakening around your sexuality or an awakening around, you know, the type of relationship you want to be in, I feel like you could be really facing insecurities or judgment that you've had for yourself around that, or fears of being judged around that. This could also be like, you know, just fears of opening up, fears of being vulnerable, fears of sharing yourself with someone that, you know, wouldn't have the same love and care that you have towards them. And I just don't think that's the case. But I do think that your fears are going to be tested and challenged because you are brushing up against the very thing that you've been desiring. And so as that happens, you know, the things that get in the way of that come to the light to be burned away, purified, so that you can genuinely connect in a way that is loving and true. But also, I think that you need to give yourself the room and the freedom to have more fun and to just experience the more sensual and pleasurable aspects of life. This is making me think of the Egyptian goddess Bastet. So if you've been seeing cats, that could be a sign that she's around you, but she's like the goddess of pleasure, celebration, lots of other things. Actually, I have a book right here. It is from a guidebook that I have, the Wisdom of Ancient Egypt guidebook. So let's see where Bastet is, and we'll see what that says. Because there's also a love message in there. Okay, where is Bastet? Okay, page 106. 106 could be a... All right, I'm not even looking at the page numbers. Where are the page numbers? You're like, some of you guys are cringing at me right now. Okay, oh, I see them now. All right. And that's why patience is a virtue, because sometimes I will do things that annoy you, but thank you for forgiving me. Okay, there's our queen. Ooh, okay. So there could be other energies there too, but I've also seen her be represented not only as health, pregnancy, and childbirth. She's the goddess of protection against contagious diseases and evil spirits. Many Egyptians prayed to Bastet to cure diseases and protect their house from evil spirits. They would often place a statue of Bastet in their home to shield them against thieves, and special Bastet amulets were worn to increase fertility in women. Bastet was originally portrayed as a lioness goddess alongside Sekhmet. Some translations mention that Sekhmet and Bastet were the same goddesses, while others distinguish Sekhmet as a mighty warrior, while Bastet was given the role of the gentle cat. Cats were considered holy and magical creatures. Guess who else is holy and magical? You. Okay. In ancient Egypt, capable of bringing good luck to the people who housed them. Royals would often dress their cats in jewels, and they were mummified when they died to honor them. She is the wife of Ta, the god of architecture and craftsmanship. So, but I also have seen her represent things like celebration, enjoying the finer things in life. Not like the finer thing, like it can be, like, you know, we have like jewels and stuff here, but more just like the fun, playful aspects of life. Like in Alana Fairchild's book, Crystal Goddesses 888, you know, she talks about Bastet as a goddess of sacred play, and talks about the emphasis and the importance of play for, you know, everyone, and the need to enjoy and rest and relax and enjoy, you know, the beautiful things that life has to offer us, like good friendship, connection, celebration, things like that. Haha. All right, let's read the romance message. If you are without a partner now, this is a great time to take care of yourself. Everything else can wait a little longer. There is no rush. You may not be aware of it, but I love it. This is exactly what I was saying. You may or may not be aware of it, but putting pressure on yourself to do something you don't want to do can take a toll on your health, like a bad diet or other harmful habits. Take care of yourself, a timeout from the pressure you may be putting yourself under to finally find the right partner. And I feel like, hello, you have. So now it's just you need to take it slow and not put pressure on yourself. If you are in a partnership, you're advised to live your life and enjoy what is happening. I feel like that is the biggest message here. If you are in a partnership, you're advised to still take a break from controlling situations. Take time to allow things to come to you without impulsive actions or changes. Be mindful and relax if some of your partner's actions or statements bother you. Be more of a cat than a wild predator and proceed gently. It will pay off. This card can also indicate the thought of procreating could be on your partner's mind right now. So listen, if you don't want any of that to happen, protection. That's all I can say. But I feel like that is great confirmation. I love that was right there. Perks of being a disorganized mess. My life is like a game of I Spy. I'm always losing. Okay, so now we're going to look at how you can deepen the connection with this person / create more intimacy with them. So Spirit, how can pile 1 deepen their connection with their person and create more intimacy between the two of them? We have the moon. Okay, so number 1, I feel like this is about addressing fears and being honest about them. Like, if you have these moments of insecurity or these moments of like, hey, like, you know, even like fears around vulnerability, fears around opening up, I feel like that could be a very freeing confession for your person to hear, because like they may have the same fears as, not they may, I feel like they do. Whatever fears that you have, I feel like they have similar ones. And so hearing you talk about them might give them like, might help them feel safe enough to be like, yeah, I've been feeling that way too. And that can bring you closer. Because I also feel like you're not going to be the type of person, like maybe there are fears that they've had, but they haven't wanted to talk about them because they were afraid of like offending you or making you think that, you know, that they're not interested, because they are. So I feel like talking about fears could be really helpful, but also late night conversations could be especially powerful. So if you have the opportunity to just be somewhere where you guys can like talk for hours at night, I feel like night is specific here. I feel like that could be really powerful. Like sometimes just late night talks hit different, you know? And I'm even filming this right now at night, and I usually do, but I haven't, because I've been like craving the sun for the first time in my life. Weird. But I feel like nighttime is going to be an especially powerful time for the both of you to share and connect with each other. But I also think like you can trust what you intuitively feel. And so when you feel intuitively like, I should reach out, or I should talk about this, or I should do this thing, do that. But I also think that, like the MEGADECK card said, you know, the more allowing and gentle and patient and understanding you can be, I feel like the easier things will flow. It's when you're trying to hold on to control. You can't control fire. You will get burned. So I feel like this is a beautiful energy of just like, you know, go with the flow, but also don't be afraid to speak truth to your fears and speak truth to also your dreams. Like, I think talking about like what you guys see for your futures and talking about different possibilities, I think can be really helpful as well. And I think that there's this call, and you've probably already been intuitively feeling it, like this desire to just really bare your souls to one another, at the very least. Like, you know, that might be a little intense, but like to start doing that and start just having like heart-to-heart conversations and honest conversations about where you feel your shortcomings are, where, you know, where you feel insecure, where you feel uncertain. Like those things are not going to make your person unattracted to you. They're going to make you even more attractive to your person, because not only is it going to be harder for them to put you on a pedestal, but you are showing them truth. You're showing them parts of yourself that you don't show everyone, that not everyone sees. And so that feeling of like, oh wow, pile one trusts me with this information, pile one trusts me enough to open up to me like this, not only is that going to be a very meaningful gesture to your person, but also I think it's going to be an opportunity for you guys to have even deeper conversations and just create more emotional intimacy, especially because, you know, the moon rules emotions. And I feel like there's just the opportunity, like there's a lot of fire here, but I feel like kind of water wants to come into the picture, where things are just, it'll help kind of cool down all of the physical passion and fire energy here, where the both of you kind of feel safe in each other's presence. And like when you have that emotional safety with each other, it's going to be so much easier to go with the flow, because you're not holding on to control as much, and there's more transparency. But I also think that like the moon, there are different phases of this connection. So there may be times where it's harder to connect more deeply, and that's okay. But you know, when those opportunities are there, when the time is ripe, when it ripe, I meant to say when the time is right, but, or guess time is ripe. I don't know. Freudian slip. Is that a Freudian slip? I don't know. I don't know anything beyond pop culture references, apparently. This will just allow the both of you to kind of go with the flow, but, you know, trust each other more and just feel safe to be a little bit more vulnerable and to traverse territory that is a little scary, because you can't see what's happening, and it's just like a little overwhelming. But I think that there's a lot of emotional safety that. We'll come to that. And I just had a inappropriate thing. Like, I think this was just a joke. Show them your butt, like, you know, moon. That sounds like Archangel Michael behavior, but you know, that is a way to create intimacy too. Who doesn't love a good booty? But that is something you do when you feel comfortable and feel good and with consent. So, okay, with that being said, we're gonna bring Miss MEGADECK out now. And what I am doing, today's MEGADECK features the Affirmators relationship cards and the regular Affirmators guidance cards. So I'm just gonna give Miss MEGADECK a good shuffle, and I will say, if you're not liking the video for me, you better like it for MEGADECK. MEGADECK is love, MEGADECK is life. She deserves our utmost respect. And we'll just see what words of wisdom MEGADECK has for you before we move on to the extended and I get way more inappropriate probably. Finally, we can get some good shuffles in there. Okay. Oh, wise and powerful Miss MEGADECK, what guidance do you have for our amazing pile ones? Okay. Woo, okay. Tact. I speak and act with care, remembering that impulsive words or a harsh tone can sometimes hurt others. If it feels like I'm walking on eggshells, I'll remind myself that those eggshells might actually be a shop full of china and I might actually be a bull. Then I might remind myself to stop mixing metaphors. And I would say this is not towards that, like, this can be towards other people, but I think this is especially towards yourself. Like, you know, if you're feeling excited about something and then you're like telling yourself like mean things or disempowering yourself, that could be a challenge. And I guess also, if I didn't say it as well, you know, fire can burn. So like, you know, if you're very emotionally invested in something and something upsets you and you don't know why, like, you can say something without thinking. But like, I think that also, you know, if that happens, like, there's growth and learning to happen there. We also have independence. I embrace total independence, and I see how empowering that is. Even when I'm in a relationship, I can still be independent by meeting my own needs and creating my own happiness, which you're doing, and I love that for you. When I do that, I'm the fullest version of myself, and I have much more me to give without needing pieces of me in return, a scientifically impossible expectation. And I think that's the beautiful thing. Like, you will know things are right when you don't have to sacrifice your own agency and you feel not only your own independence, but you feel freedom within the connection that you guys forge. But anything else? Oh, wise and powerful MEGADECK, what would you like pile one to know? Let's get one more. What would you like pile one to know? What would you like pile one to know? Okay. We have rest. I take a step away from my stress and then a deep breath and then a crankiness killing nap. When I get the rest I need, I instantly become a better version of myself, able to navigate complex relationships in a single bound. When I don't, I'm not, which means I shouldn't, but I try to, and then we can, and it doesn't, but I did, so it wasn't. Ugh, good night. I definitely think when you're overthinking things, when you're especially like reactive or taking something personally that may not be personal at all, it could just be that you need sleep. I don't know about you, but when I haven't had sleep, I cannot emotionally regulate myself and everything is the end of the world. Sometimes you just need to go to bed. But finally, yeah, there we go. We have benefit of the doubt. I believe in the basic goodness of other people and I give them the chance to show it. If they prove me wrong, that's on them. At least I can go to sleep knowing that I practice trust and forgiveness rather than fear and doubt. And later on, if I need to, I can always change my mind and retroactively judge them like it's my career. I mean, that's your choice. I don't find judgment very useful, but it's a hard thing not to. So, you know, not judging, but I do feel like the back of the deck wants to talk to you. Ooh, I feel like this is speaking to that Ace of Wands. Spontaneity. Do you like spontaneous adventures of the highest caliber? The only acceptable answer to this question is yes. So buckle up, Charlie. There's a pretty good chance your name is not Charlie, but even if it is, hi, Charlie. You're about to take a wild ride through the unexplored, unconventional, and underrated. You're about to learn that yes is a magic word with the power to unlock new dimensions in time, space, and after-hours after-hours hangouts. What did I say? If you feel the urge to like ask them to do something and it's like 11 p.m., you don't need to don't send a you up text, but be like, hey, do you want to like hang and talk for a bit? when the spontaneous urge arises with that Ace of Wands to initiate something, do it. Or if it comes from them, feel free to say yes. Yes will lead you to experiences you didn't think possible and teach you that lifelong friendships are sometimes lurking just behind a karaoke singer's mullet. Oh yeah, we already did that. Okay, so pile 1, that's where I'm going to leave this reading. I'm going to head over to the extended now, but if you are leaving me here, thank you guys so much for watching, and thank you so much for letting my ads play in the background. That is one of the simplest and easiest ways to support me and show appreciation for my channel, but if you'd like to do that in other ways, like the video, comment down below, let me know how it resonates, and subscribe if you haven't already. You can also click that little notification bell to be notified whenever I upload a new reading. Shout out to my notification squad. I love you guys. If you want me to see your comments, I usually see comments when I first upload, and then whatever is usually like the most liked. But sometimes I just see random ones, so you never know. I might see it. I just, can't stay in there all the time because mental health. But other ways, you can check out my candles. Be sure to use code ASO10 for 10% off to get discount. You can check out my Instagram that I hardly post on. You can check out, but I want to. I'm intending to at some point. You can check out my merch or other videos. Most helpful thing, come meet me in the extended. We're gonna have lots of fun. I want to see how this person is seeing you, but that's all I have for you guys. Thank you so much for letting me channel this beautiful reading. I'm really excited for you. Definitely feel free to come back and let me know how things go. I'd be happy to know. I'm just rooting for you guys and rooting for this situation. So I hope you all have a wonderful day or night whenever it is that you're watching this. I love you guys so much, and I hope you'll come back and see me again soon. Bye! Hi there, Pile 2. Welcome to your reading, and thank you so much for being here. If you guys chose this Kunzite and the Starchild Tarot, this is going to be your reading on what you need to know about this connection. So we are going to start by looking at just what this connection is. You are going to be on the left, your person is going to be on the right, and the connecting energies in the middle. If you want a full breakdown of the reading, there is one in the intro. But to start with your energies in this connection, we have the Two of Swords, indecision and avoidance, and self-care. For your person, you guys got extra cards, not because I guess it was just extra information. So for your person, their energy in this connection is the Ten of Cups, abundance and attainment, as well as the Three of Wands, development, opportunity, and truth. And then these represent the connecting energies between the two of you. So for that, we have bounty, we have ego, and dead end. Okay, so the one thing I will say is if I start describing this reading and you feel like the energies are flip-flopped, please check out a different pile before you sit through this entire reading, because there may be a pile that resonates with your energy in the you spot, and I just want to make sure you get the messages actually meant for you. That being said, you may be at the right reading. So let's talk about your energy here. It seems like you're kind of avoiding this person, or at the very least avoiding feelings around this person. It seems like, and I think this isn't just like related to this person, it seems like maybe you've been a little burnt out and like really just needing to take time for yourself. And if you're the type of person who can kind of get lost in other people's energies or lost in things outside of yourself, it seems like this connection has been kind of waking you up to where you need more time for yourself. I feel like your energy is certainly more hesitant than your person. Let's talk about your person's energy. And so if you resonate with your person's energy sounding like you, I will say please try a different pile first, just to make sure. I haven't filmed the other ones yet. I don't know what's there, but just for the record, you don't have to stick to something because it's the first one you chose. You know what I mean? But it could be beneficial. I don't know. Anyway, all I do know is that I'm grateful you're here. And another thing I do know is that this person is grateful for you. I feel like they are looking at you in this connection as the potential for something really happy. You know, the Three of Wands can talk about waiting for ships to come in. Maybe like a relationship. I feel like they don't necessarily feel, they could feel the Ten of Cups when they're around you, which is like fulfillment. It's like, the last scene of like any Disney movie where it's like they all lived happily ever after, or that moment of self-realization or just true connection and joy. I feel like they feel that with you. They feel this like the potential for something really special between the two of you. And I think that they're very clear on what's in their heart. They want to pursue this connection, but it seems like they're aware of your hesitance to do that. And let's talk about the connecting energies, actually. With bounty here, it seems like both of you find value in this connection, and it seems like there's a lot here. There's warmth, there's the potential for abundance, there's the potential for real connection here. But it seems like the connection is at a standstill right now, and it seems to be triggered more by your energy than necessarily theirs, though it could be both. It seems like your person is giving you space because it's obvious that's what you need, and if you asked for it directly, like, they're not taking that personally. I think if anything, they could be fantasizing a lot about the future, and I think they're very sure of their feelings for you. You have a spot in their heart, and I think that they are feeling quite patient about this situation unfolding, but they're also like, I feel like they know how they feel. They really like you. They see great potential here. Or if you're already with this person, like, you know, they see a future with you, and they want to pursue this connection further. And so I feel like they're pretty resolute about that. Whereas I feel like in your case, you're definitely overthinking this situation, and I definitely feel like you've been beating yourself up a little bit, so maybe apologize to yourself for that. It's okay not to know what's right for you, and I feel like in this case there's a part of you that maybe feels like you don't deserve this situation, or and I want to say this, this may not be your case, but I think it's important to bring up. For some of you, you might see a lot of potential in this connection and this person, but maybe you're just not feeling the same way, and that's okay. You don't have to just say yes to someone or something because they're a good person, or because you know that they would treat you well. You know, if your heart's not in it, you don't have to force yourself to do something just because other people would approve of it or it looks good on paper. So I just want you to know that. But I feel like for a lot of you, you may be feeling like you feel a lot of value in this connection, but you're overthinking it and wondering if you're even worth it. You know, the fact that we have this ego card here, I'm kind of taking these two ego and dead end cards two different ways. They could both be, they could both apply to the both of you, but I'm kind of seeing this dead end card more on your person's side and this ego card more on your side. And now the thing is I'm not calling you egotistical. We all have egos. And I feel like in your case, your ego is probably trying to keep you safe from making a decision that you would regret, or keeping you safe from opening up to something that makes you feel vulnerable. I feel like also though, you know, your ego has been kind of telling you like, hey, we need to care for ourselves. We need to like take some time to reflect and care for ourselves. So it seems like there's a bit of like, there's a lot of wonderful potential and energy and like beautiful things when it comes to the connection you have with each other. But it seems like you're aware of the fact that you have unmet needs, or you're not quite sure yet how you feel about this connection, how you feel about this situation. And so you're just kind of taking that time that you need. And it seems like your person, if anything, may be projecting a lot of their desires onto this connection, which there's nothing necessarily wrong with that. But I do feel like your person is really invested in a future with you, and maybe that's something that's overwhelming you. Like maybe you're not so sure how you feel about that, and that's absolutely okay. But it seems like your person knows how they feel, and they're kind of just patiently waiting. I guess I don't want to say waiting, but there's an awareness of the fact that things can't really move forward right now because you need time to like sit with yourself. You need time to care for yourself, and it seems like that that energy on your end is being amplified by maybe avoidance of yourself. It's like, I know I need to address this stuff, I know I need to look at this stuff, but I feel like that might be kind of overwhelming for you. And so then you're doing things to distract yourself and avoid it even more. And it's like a snowball effect. Like, you know how if a little snowball is on top of a hill and you roll it down, it's going to start getting bigger and bigger and bigger as it rolls and picks up more snow. So that's kind of the vibe that I'm getting from you. So I feel like you've come to the right reading, because we are going to be looking at all of this stuff. But the one thing I do want to say for sure is that like there is the potential for a lot here, and it seems like you guys have already benefited from whatever connecting you have been doing. I do feel like there is a part of you that wonders if you're worthy of something like that though, and that breaks my heart. And I just want you to know, like, you are worthy of all the beautiful things. You are worthy of having people love you. You are worthy of receiving love. You're worthy of receiving care. You're worthy of receiving kindness and patience and understanding. You are worthy of receiving everything that is in your beautiful heart. And never doubt for a moment that you are unworthy of something. There is no such thing as being truly broken. We can all be damaged, but there's this type of Japanese art, and I'm forgetting what it's called, but it is the process of, I think it's called kintsugi, and it's the process of putting together old pottery and sealing it with gold. And it, like, then the point of it is that, you know, you're not broken, and like, and in fact you're like, the piece becomes even more beautiful after the fact than it was before. It was just, you know, the object before it was broken. I feel like there is a part of you that is just like overthinking things and getting really afraid of maybe your own feelings, and of opening yourself up to something that could be really powerful and wonderful, out of fear of maybe losing it, or fear that you're not good enough, or fear that, you know, this person will see you more clearly one day and they'll realize like, oh wow, oh yeah, pile 2 is not as great as I thought. And I feel like that's just so, like, that's your ego talking. That's your ego. Like, and that's the funny thing about ego, is that it's trying to protect us, but it does it in very unhelpful ways. And so I feel like a lot of your fears are much bigger than, or they seem much bigger than they really are. Like, you know how shadows can be a lot bigger than, you know, our actual bodies. Like, it seems like your fears are especially intense right now. And I think you're doing the right thing by focusing on yourself and your self-care, because, you know, it doesn't matter how much someone loves us or sees our value. If we don't see it ourselves and we're not unable to receive it, it's just there going unreceived, and it's energy that, and love that is unable to be received. So if that resonates, and you kind of agree with being, you know, avoiding the situation, overthinking it, being unsure, and just being like, I just need to focus on myself, like, this is definitely your reading. But if you resonated with, you know, your person's energy of like really seeing a future with your person, and feeling like you kind of need to give your person space, and you resonate with this side, then I would definitely say try a different pile first, just to be sure. I don't want you to sit through everything and then and not know that there's a better group for you. But I don't know if that's there. I haven't filmed the other groups yet. Burping. So I feel like more than anything, this is a connection where things are kind of at a standstill right now, and that's more so because you need that time to process and care for yourself, which is absolutely okay. But I think both of you acknowledge that there's value in this connection, value in each other. And I feel like your person has a much more optimistic outlook than you do. And I feel like they are definitely like fantasizing about you, and thinking about your futures, and like fantasizing about your futures. And like, you definitely have a place in this person's heart no matter what. And I think also, you know, this person would rather you do what is right for you than pursue something if you're not ready for it, or you're unsure about it. I feel like more than anything, your person cares about your happiness and what is authentic to you. So I feel like you came to the right reading, because I think the questions I chose to ask are going to be especially beneficial for you. So uh-oh, your self-care card was like, I'm coming too. Speaking of that, that might be something that you're thinking of. That's one way of self-care. That's what I will say. Oh geez, okay. But we're just gonna give these a good shuffle. These are kind of harder to shuffle just because they're so thick. But it's a good thing I'm strong. And I will just say while I'm shuffling, if you want to look at your person's energy more deeply. That's what we're going to be doing in the extended. We're going to be looking at how they see you, how they see the connection, their thoughts, feelings, intentions, and actions towards you. We're going to get channeled messages, and we're just going to have a dang good time. And I'm going to be even more vulgar than I am typically. So if you're interested in that, that'll be linked down below. But we're going to go ahead and start by asking the question of the reading, which is what you need to know most about this connection. And then we will go from there. I'm thinking of B-movie and the trope of like the lawyer that like that southern lawyer, you know, that's like, I don't know why I'm thinking of that, but that was like kind of what was reminding me of the voice I was just doing. Anyway, so Spirit, what does pile 2 need to know most about this connection? We have the 7 of Pentacles. Okay, so I feel like what you need to know most is that it's okay to not know, and it's also okay to not feel like you have to come to a decision about what things are immediately. You know, the 7 of Pentacles is all about patience and about, you know, seeds being planted and needing to kind of tend to them and harvest. I feel like the fact that you're being called to focus on yourself is not a bad thing. I think it's a very important thing, especially because if you do have feelings for this person as well, and you want something with them or want to connect more deeply with them, you know, you can only connect as deeply as you connect with yourself. And so I feel like Spirit's been kind of bringing to your attention maybe what you've been avoiding and what and certain insecurities or vulnerabilities that you've had that are making it hard for you to open up more. And so I feel like there is a part of you that is trying to know exactly how you feel and exactly what you want to do before you take action towards this person. And I feel like Spirit is saying a lot of times we don't know until we experience. And I feel like you're almost like, it's like you're like 60% of the way through a story, but you want to know how the story ends before you read the rest of it. And I feel like Spirit is saying, well, that it's being written, that doesn't exist. You kind of have to see and be patient. I feel like what you need to know most is that there's nothing set in stone when it comes to this connection, but there has been a lot, like there's been a pretty solid foundation that has been created between the two of you. And I don't feel like your person is pressuring you to hurry. I feel like if anything, your person wants you to take the time that you need to feel more comfortable. And I feel like this is the thing about your person, is that they wouldn't want you to choose them and this connection if you were choosing it because you wanted to make them happy, or because, you know, they want you to choose them because you want to choose them, not because you want, they want you to choose them because you want to, not because you know that they want you to choose them. Does that make sense? They want you to do what is best for you, and they are not they're not like sitting there looking at the clock being like, when's pile 2 gonna respond? I feel like you are putting pressure on yourself to figure things out and to know exactly what is happening before you make a decision or before you make a move. And I feel like, you know, the universe is kind of coming through to be like, hey, that's if you keep trying to go from that perspective, that's not going to work very well, because sometimes the only way to know something is if we explore it and open ourselves up to the unknown. And that can be scary, and I totally understand that. But I think you massively underestimate how solid your abilities to perceive are, and how much growth you've had when it comes to caring for yourself and knowing when you need to take a step back and do what works for you. Like, I mean, the cards here are showing that exactly. Like, you don't need to be so hard on yourself. And I think if anything, your mind is heavily distorting. That's why I was saying that R. Heavily distorting. One, how capable you are of being able to discern whether something is right or not. And two, the fact that you are not a bad person for taking time and space for yourself. You are not a bad person for hesitating to jump into something, especially if it could be something serious. But also, you are not a bad person for receiving, and there's nothing wrong with receiving. If you're the type of person to give and give and give, but feels uncomfortable with receiving, I do feel like the one thing that this connection might be trying to show you is that, you know, past relationships and past experiences may have been unfulfilling and draining because the balance of giving and receiving was not balanced at all, and you were likely giving the most and with someone that was taking, and that's, you know, that's a normal thing, and that's probably what you're more comfortable with. It's probably weird and uncomfortable receiving, and you may feel like immediately when you do get like something complimentary or something nice, or you receive like good energy, it's like you may just want to immediately give it away to someone else. And I feel like what Spirit is really saying is that now is not the time to self-sabotage and push yourself into something before you're ready. Now is the time to really focus on what is distracting you from your truth and get clear on what about this situation makes you so uncomfortable. Whether, and this is the thing, is it can make you uncomfortable because maybe you're not interested in receiving this type of thing from this person. It could be because this person is giving you a lot or is very kind towards you and you're not used to that. You know, maybe your idea of love is someone taking from you and you incessantly giving, but that's not loving towards yourself. And I also think that, you know, you are just needing to be patient with yourself in this process. And I think that you are looking for a clear-cut decision. And I think the only clear-cut decision that you can make right now is that you don't know. You don't know whether this situation is right for you. You don't know whether you want to pursue this further. But the only way you are going to know is if you give yourself permission to explore and not know. I think that you're doing great. And I think that you shouldn't beat yourself up so much. But I do feel like the only danger that I see here is you making a decision prematurely because you feel pressured and you feel bad that you need so much time to process. And I feel called to say, like, this person is not putting that pressure on you. And if they are, then that like, first of all, that is one example of where you can't take what resonates here, because I do feel like this person is patient. But if they are putting pressure on you, you know, that's not fair to you. And that could be an exact situation where, once again, you're getting into something with a taker who just wants to take from you. I just had this like deep fear I wasn't recording. Okay, thank God. Sometimes that comes in and I'm like, is this recording or have I just been talking to myself? That's good. And you know, that whole situation, like, maybe there are times where you're feeling really comfortable with this person, and then all of a sudden you're like, what if this is bad? What if I'm doing something wrong? Like, what if this ends in like a giant dumpster fire? And like, the point is that you can't know until you explore it. And I think that the foundation that you've already been building is one that will allow you to be more comfortable in that not knowing. And I think what Spirit really wants you to know is that it's okay to be patient with this process and try to make sure that you're not the one putting pressure on yourself to figure things out. You know, if this person is putting pressure on you, then I would say, you know, be sure to set boundaries and also not take that on as truth. And I would say if they are putting pressure on you and they want a decision now, like, that is a sign in of itself that, you know, maybe your intuition has a point and that maybe you should be taking a step back, because if you gave into that pressure, you would be betraying yourself even further. But if this person is not putting any pressure on you, is not asking anything of you, and is just, you know, telling you the truth of like, you know, I see something special here, like, you know, you have a special place in my heart, I really care about you, but I also understand, like, you know, if you need time and space, I get that. Like, I feel like your person knows how they feel. They have like, there's definitely feelings of like, wow, like this, they think you're something special, and they feel like there could be they feel like your connection is really powerful and they benefit a lot from connecting with you. But they also know that, you know, they don't want a connection where the other person feels obligated to be with them. Like, just because they have these deep feelings doesn't mean that, you know, you feel the same way, and that's okay. I feel like you could fall into one of two camps, where maybe you genuinely don't know how you feel and you are uncertain, and maybe it's like you do have feelings, but, you know, like you may not know if you're ready for something like that yet, and you may not know if you want something like that, or you do have feelings and you do want to pursue this, but you're afraid that you'll sabotage it, or afraid that it will be too good to be true, or that you will end up with the same type of person in different clothing, or end up in a situation where you're being taken from again. And so I definitely feel like Spirit is letting you know that you don't have to have this figured out immediately. And sometimes the only way to figure things out is to continue exploring them. But you have to do that because you want to, not because the other person wants you to. You have to do that because there's something in your heart that says, okay, this is scary, but I think we should see where this leads. And I feel like the universe is also saying, you know, there is no timeline for self-care, or any timeline for how things are meant to unfold. That is based on your actions, their actions, and you know what occurs between the two of you. There's a real need here for you to be more gentle with yourself and be more patient with yourself, and instead of avoiding yourself or pressuring yourself to come to a decision, I think maybe the self-care you really need is to sit down with yourself and be like, okay, what am I avoiding here? And am I avoiding the situation because there's something about this person and like our connection that doesn't seem right? Or is it because I'm uncomfortable with receiving? Like, I definitely think that it's going to take even longer for you to feel more comfortable taking the next step if you want to, because you feel like you're taking forever. You feel like you're not figuring things out quickly enough. And by focusing on that, you're not actually focusing on what needs to be addressed. And I just think you're putting a lot of unnecessary pressure on yourself. And I think Spirit is encouraging you to let go of that, and also remember that you're human. You don't have to know everything, and it's okay if you need time and space, you know? You shouldn't be in a relationship or in a situation with someone if you're uncertain about it, if you don't know. Like, this person knows how they feel, but if you don't, that's okay. Like, that's not a reflection of your worth or a reflection of like that you're a bad person. It just means that you need more time and space to figure things out for yourself, and that's okay. And I would say if you're the type of person to give a lot, it's hard to receive. It's hard to take that time and space for ourselves. And in today's society where everything is now, instant gratification, it can be hard to sit with ourselves when we don't know what the answer is, or we don't know what the next step is. But I feel like Spirit is saying just be patient and trust that, you know, you're going to come to the conclusion in the perfect time, in the perfect way that, you know, will serve you. And if you're factoring this person's feelings more than your own, I feel like that's a thing that you need to take into consideration. You know, what are your feelings about this situation? What do you want? And if you're like, I don't know what I want, well, that's exactly where you need to start looking. And if you decide that what you want is, you know, more alone time, more time to process, then you give yourself that. It's not about how this person reacts. It's about what's right for you. This person wants what's right for you too, I promise. And if they don't, then this is not your reading. And well, maybe this part is your reading and that's what you need to hear. But I definitely think that this person is patient, and they also recognize, like, you know, things can't move forward. You can't have a you can have a one-sided relationship. I think both of you maybe know what that's like. And I feel like this person is being very like understanding and accepting of that. And like, they know how they feel, but they're also, you know, they want you to come to the conclusion that is true to you. And I really like that about them. I think that is a major green flag. And yeah, patience is key here, and patience with yourself, and really getting to it takes time to get to the nitty-gritty. And I think that you probably trust external opinion and conclusion, like you probably trust your past experiences and external consensus more than you do yourself. And I think Spirit is really asking you to ground and ask how you feel, and really honor and validate that. And even if how you feel is, I have no clue how I feel, I have no clue what I want, validate and honor that. Like, and if you haven't talked to this person about that, maybe that's where you start, and you work together to explore that, or, you know, ask for more space to do that. You know, that's up to you. And I think more than anything is that trying to control this outcome, or trying to know exactly what is meant to happen, is just going to lead to more uncertainty and slow things down even further. And I feel like, yeah, I'm hearing the song Slow Ride in my head. And I feel like you just need to take it easy and give yourself that time and space. So let's get guidance on any fears you have surrounding this connection. So Spirit, what does pile 2 need to hear when it comes to their fears surrounding this connection, their uncertainties? Woo! Okay, we have the Page of Wands here. And I feel like this comes back into, I wonder if you were a child, if you got in trouble for being impulsive or got in trouble for just being a kid and doing things that kids do. Like kids do silly and dumb things all the time, but it may have been that you weren't allowed to be a kid even when you were a kid. It could have been that you were really expected to have an unprecedented amount of maturity at a really young age. And I feel like you are continuing to do this to yourself. It's like you are so afraid of making mistakes that you almost see yourself as one, and like any action you take as a mistake. And that's so unfair to yourself. I feel like this Page of Wands is really trying to help you remember that, you know, it is so like unfair and sad that that's how you were treated, but like you are not a bad person for being uncertain, for wanting, you know, for wanting to explore things. I think that there is an energy here of exploration. Like the Page of Wands is fun and exciting, and it is the least mature of the Wands cards, but there's a childlike beauty to the Page of Wands that loves exploration and adventure and excitement. And I think that this situation does excite you, and I think that scares you because you almost feel like, well, what if I make a wrong decision? What if I'm impulsive? And you won't know until you are. But I think that like even just your desire to experience something exciting is almost like bad or wrong to you. I feel like you weren't allowed to have, and maybe this isn't for all of you, but I feel like for some of you, you were not allowed to just be a kid and laugh and have fun and play. And now as an adult, because you have to be an adult if you are watching this, I know there's no one that's 14 watching this, because if you are, you should not be. With peace and love, come back later. This video will still be here when you're older. But with this Page of Wands here, I feel like this is about you recognizing that the fear is not all reality. Like, I think some of this fear is just rooted in, well, what if I get in trouble? What if I make a mistake? And that's just being human. And I don't think you're gonna get in trouble for exploring what's right for you. I feel like you need to put less pressure on yourself and realize, like, I'm not gonna know what I truly want unless I explore. And I'm actually thinking of my personal favorite Barbie movie, Princess and the Pauper. One of the characters, Erica, you know, she has feelings for this guy, one of the princes, and she doesn't, you know, have happily ever after with him immediately. In fact, you know, once they're able to actually come together, she goes off for a year and sings all over the world because that's her dream. And the prince that she's like into, you know, he waits for her, and because he recognizes how important that is to her and that she does need to see the world, and she comes home to him. Like, and yes, it's a Barbie movie, and life's not a Barbie movie. Well, it fucking should be. And I feel like what you need to know is that if your heart is saying no, your heart's saying, I need to explore, I need to get to know myself, that's important too. And you can honor that. And the thing is like, well, what if they're not here when I get back? Well, then maybe it wasn't meant to be. But maybe it is. And maybe you both need that time. I don't know. Maybe you don't need anything at all other than just the freedom to explore, the freedom to recognize that it's okay if you continue to explore this situation with this person and you decide it's not for you. And it's also okay if you explore this situation and realize it makes you happy and let it in. What you feel is not a bad thing, and you're not a bad person for having desires and having impulses. That makes you human. And I'm so sorry that you had experiences in your past that made you believe you were wrong for that. But I definitely feel like a lot of your fears are just trying to keep you small and keep you convinced that you don't deserve exciting things, exciting experiences, people that love and adore you. And Spirit is really letting you know that, like, you don't need to be policing yourself so incessantly. If anything, you need to give yourself permission to just not know and have more fun and feel more free. And I know that's a lot easier said than done, but that aspect of self is within you. And what you are feeling drawn towards, what you are feeling attracted to, you deserve to honor that. And, you know, you might find you go through this process and you're like, oh, the only thing that was stopping me was the realization that I was afraid to receive so much love and care from someone. But then you might also realize, you might come to the exact opposite conclusion and be like, oh, the reason why I was having trouble here is because, you know, I was worried that if I didn't accept this situation, I wouldn't find it again. Or, you know, if I did, I would be pushing something away that, you know, is good for me. And I feel like you need to start trusting that you know more than you know yourself more than you realize. And I feel like that's why sitting with yourself is important. But I'm also called to this dog. And I feel like you and I have this in common, pile 2. We got that dog in us. But I think that there is a budding loyalty to yourself that hasn't been there in the past. And I think that it's not always going to be easy for you to know what is truly loyal to you. And so sometimes you're going to make mistakes. Sometimes you're going to have to explore paths that you realize are not for you. Sometimes you're going to have to face things with an uncertainty. But I think, like, when it comes to this situation, what you choose to do, you're really being encouraged to look at it from less pressure and just focus on, like, what excites you, what feels empowering, what feels like true to you and authentic to you, and to be conscious of what you're uncomfortable surrounding these situations. And rather than, like, beat yourself up for it, you know, give yourself that room and space to process it and not judge yourself as you're going through these experiences. I feel like, if anything, you're putting too much pressure on this situation. Like, you know, worrying about bridges you haven't even come close to cross yet. Like, the bridge may not even be built, and you're already putting too much pressure on yourself and telling yourself that it'll only happen, like, one way. And I don't think that's necessary. I think, if anything, there's a need for you to be more playful. And when you are approaching this situation, like, instead of, you know, feeling like the burden of the connection is all on you, saying, you know, this connection is an exploration, and I won't know what I won't know till I know it. And it's unfair to myself to push something away entirely because I'm afraid of messing it up. But it's also not fair for me to feel pressured into pursuing something just because I know the other person feels a certain way. You know, this is about you, and this is about how you feel and what is right for you. And I think that there's just a real resistance. And I'm not saying that you don't have feelings for this person or that you shouldn't pursue this at all. What I'm saying is that you deserve to know how you feel and not make decisions based on how the other person feels and what the other person wants. This is about being true to you. And we're about to look at this, but I feel like a big aspect of learning in this connection is realizing that, like, your feelings matter too. Your desires matter too. Your wants matter too. And you need to stop beating yourself up for wanting to explore things and not knowing. Like, this is a real energy of, like, needing to give yourself the grace to make mistakes and to not know and to be uncertain, but have the courage to explore anyway and see what happens. You know, it's time to get out of, like, your own metaphorical prison and into the freedom that comes with just life and exploration. You know, mistakes don't exist in the spiritual realms. Mistakes are called just being human. So I feel like that's important to remember. But what is this connection trying to show pile 2 about themselves? Perspective. Yeah, I definitely feel like, is this? Oh, okay. Is this the Hanged Man? Yes, it's the Hanged Man. Look at how I could barely see that. This connection is trying to show you a lot about yourself, but also help you surrender into certain realities that you can't control everything, realities that there are people who see wonderful things in you and that see see you as worthy of sharing their life with. And, you know, maybe if you've had the belief since you were young that you were unworthy and that people could never love you or people could never, you know, give to you the way you give to them, then maybe it's trying to change your mind around that. But I think there's a huge aspect here around surrendering and surrendering to whatever your truth is, no matter what it is, and putting less pressure on yourself and less focus on needing to know now or needing to get to the truth as soon as possible so that you can keep moving forward. You know, the Hanged Man is stagnant, and the Hanged Man is quite literally like his perspective is turned upside down. And I feel like no matter what, if this reading is for you, your person has genuinely loving intentions towards you and they do see a future with you, but they do not want that future if it's not what you want. And they want you both to want that. And if you don't know what you want, you do need that time to change your perspective and do what works for you. I feel like this connection is showing you where you still need to know yourself more so that you can connect more deeply. I feel like this connection is showing you where you've been unfairly persecuting yourself and judging yourself and criticizing yourself for just having very human emotions and not knowing everything. That is an ego response. And it's impossible for us to know everything. We're human. If we were meant to know everything, we would not be people. We would not be here even. I don't think there is any being on this planet that knows everything. I think cats do. But even then, I don't know. There's just something about cats where I'm just like, they've got it figured out. But I think that this connection is just showing you everything you haven't been able to see before. And sometimes that takes patience. And I feel like I've been like, even in this reading, I've almost been pushing you to like, and I hope I'm not, but I feel like I've almost been pushing you to like push this situation away, which I'm not at all. I feel that urge within you to push it away. And I feel like there is a need for you to look at why that is. Is it because you genuinely sense some sort of red flag in this connection with this person? Or is it because the red flag is internal and it's telling you you're not worthy of receiving this and you'll mess it up, you know? And or is it just telling you, you know, this is a beautiful situation, but maybe I'm not ready for it. Maybe I need more time, or maybe we need to take things slower. Whatever it may be, I feel like your person is on board to working with you. They certainly do not want to dictate how the situation goes, and they don't want to be involved in something unless you are in agreement with that. But I feel like the amount of overthinking you've been doing has made it very hard for you to get in touch with yourself. And I feel like this connection is trying to show you that if you do not connect with yourself, it's going to make things messy and confusing. And if they already are messy and confusing, it's going to get messier and more confusing the more you avoid what you're trying to see within yourself. But I think that this is beautiful. Like there's no right or wrong here. The only wrong that you could do is actively ignore whatever your intuition is telling you or whatever your heart is telling you and listen to, you know, your fears and the things that keep you small. I think you need to recognize that your needs, your wants matter just as much as anyone else's. And there's a need for you to change your perspective on connections and relationships. I feel like you may have a very straightforward idea of this happens and this happens and this happens and this happens. And I think that you need to change your perspective to one where you both are able to create and grow together, and you know, relationships are based on, you know, both people choosing that. And another message I'm getting is, you know, if you are someone who, for example, maybe is into polyamory or non-monogamy, you know, that's something that you need to honor as well. Because if your person isn't into that, you know, that's okay. But it's not okay for you to deny what you want in order to appease someone else, because, you know, ultimately you're cheating yourself out of something that you desire. And so I think that's important. But I feel like this connection is really showing you wounds around childhood, wounds around like your needs and people caring for you and having comfort for you. Because I feel like no matter what, like even if you didn't want to pursue something romantic with this person, I do think they would still like have a loving care towards you, or they would want the best for you, and you likely could still be friends. But if you do want this, and I feel like that's the big key, if you do want this, please take the time and energy to really get in touch with yourself so that you can make a decision from a clear heart of like, I don't know what is going to happen here, but I do know I want to pursue this. I do know I want to explore this. Like, you know, this person sees a lot of wonderful things in you, and it's clear that you both see a lot of wonderful opportunities in this connection. I think the biggest thing holding you back is that you feel like you're not worth it. And that's just a lie. That's not true, and it's time to change your perspective around that. And I feel like one big reason why I've been harping so much about like, you know, making sure this is what you genuinely want is because, you know, we can run from ourselves in relationships, and it seems like this person has really genuine loving intentions towards you, and I feel like, you know, that it would be unfair to them for you to, you know, say yes or no to this situation when you just don't know. I feel like they're willing to explore with you, and the more you open up about that, I think the closer you will get to coming to a satisfying conclusion. But I think the biggest thing is it's okay not to know, and it's okay to need time and exploration. That is huge here. And you know what the outcome of this situation is up to the both of you. And your wants, needs, and desires do not exist in a vacuum where they don't deserve to be seen or recognized. The universe hears you, the universe sees you, and what they're wanting you to know is that you're not messing anything up by taking the time and space that you need. This person is patient, and I feel like if anything, they're trying to give you that space and not trying to put any pressure on you. I feel like the pressure is on yourself, and so there's a real need for you to ask yourself, is my avoidance and indecision because I don't want this situation, or is it because I do want this situation and I'm afraid of what would happen if I open myself up to it? I'm afraid of losing it. That's up to you. And for some of you, you like, for everyone here, you guys might come to different conclusions. And so all that matters is that you honor yourself and not what someone else wants, you know, because I feel like more than anything, this person wants you to be happy. And if you were not happy with them, they wouldn't want that. So let's look now at how you can create more intimacy / like deepen the connection with you and with your person. So how can pile 2 create more of a connection / intimacy with their person, please? Be honest about this. Like, yeah, I feel like if anything, you know, your person might be, okay, we have this King of Wands on the back of the deck, and I feel like the thing is like your person knows how they feel, but they also like, they don't want you to do something that like you don't want. Like this person will be okay if you reject them, but what they certainly don't want is for you to reject them because you're rejecting yourself. Like, if I think the only time this person would fight back with you, like not in a literal sense, but I feel like the only time this person would really be unhappy is if they knew that you were rejecting them and what they wanted to give you because you thought you weren't worthy of it. But also I think there is a part of them that would recognize, well, if you can't receive what I'm giving, then I can't control that, and they would surrender. But I feel like the biggest thing is that, you know, if you're open and honest about what you don't know, about your fears, that will be really helpful. And, you know, this 8 of Swords is just confirming that you are very much in your head about this and terrorizing yourself with outcomes that don't exist and behavioral responses that this person doesn't have. This person seems to be pretty empowered and understanding and kind and wanting the best for you. So if they knew what you were going through and what you were experiencing, I would be willing to bet they would be a great shoulder to lean on, and I feel like it would bring them more peace as well, because they would better understand what's going on with you and your hesitance, you know? More than anything, I feel like this is also, though, about you getting out of your head. And the difference between the 8 of Swords and the 9 of Swords is that the 8 of Swords is a self-contained mental prison. And so whatever you need to do in order to move beyond those fears of being open, of being honest, I feel like just honest conversation could be really powerful. But also, like, you know, if you're not ready to do that, maybe like even just writing things down, writing letters, just becoming aware of what parts of you are hesitant or what creates a lot of overthinking, a lot of like analysis paralysis within you. Because when you're aware of that and you come up with solutions to, you know, counteract it, that will help create more intimacy and understanding. But I think the biggest thing is that this person would not judge you the way you think they would judge you if you were honest about your shortcomings or your uncertainties. Everyone has shortcomings, right? And I feel like there's a part of you that's really afraid to show this person what's in your heart or what's inside of you, because they might judge you or think there's something wrong with you. And that's not how they see you. And I would be willing to bet they see a lot more of that internal resistance and that self-sabotaging, that self-loathing than you realize. And I think it would just give them more insight into what you're dealing with. And, you know, I think a big thing too is, you know, say, like, if you want to open up to them, let them know if you want advice or if you just want to vent. Because I do feel like this person could be like a bit of a rescuer and like the type of person to want to fix things. Maybe you guys have that in common. But on their end, like, they just want to know what's going on, and they want to be able to, if they can support you, if they can help you, they want to. Like, and I think that they too kind of get caught up in fears and worries, and I think there is a part of them that is a little bit more surrendered and just accepting to what is. And I feel like one thing you need to know is that this person is not going to take things as personally as you think they are. I feel like you massively overestimate how offended people will be by just you being human and having thoughts and doubts and uncertainties. It's okay not to know it, not to know. It's okay not to, you know, it's okay to be in your head. It's okay to be anxious. It's okay to be afraid. It is scary opening yourself up to someone, and it is scary, you know, being with someone that you have genuine deep feelings for. But I think it's even scarier to think that you could have that, especially if you desire it, and push it away from the belief that you're not worthy of it or that you would ruin it anyway. How the hell do you know that? You won't know until you try. Just because maybe you have in the past, and I'm not saying that you have, if you believe that, even if you have in the past, have you not learned? Have you not grown? It's clear you have. You've recognized that part within you that needs time to process and grow. I guarantee you weren't always aware of that. So why would you be the person that you once were? You're not you then, you're you now. And so I think the biggest thing is to get out of your head and really start letting go of the shame that you have for being flawed and for being afraid and for being uncertain, and give your person the opportunity to be a listening ear and a shoulder to cry on, or a source of support, because I think more than anything that's what they want to do. But they also recognize they can't support you if they don't know what's wrong and you're unwilling to show them. And if you don't want to show them that, that's okay. But I do feel like at the very least you need to get out of your head and stop letting these delusions rule your life, because like all these delusions about your self-worth and what you don't deserve are keeping you from very real beautiful things that could be in your life right now. You don't need to earn kindness. You don't need to earn love. You don't need to earn respect. Well, I guess there's different belief systems about that, but I think that you don't need to earn love. You don't need to earn compassion. You don't need to earn friendship or a partner. You can just have it because you exist and because you are who you are. And that was enough for this. That is enough for this person. Like, I promise you, they don't look at you delusionally. Like they recognize both they recognize more of what's going on within you than you realize. It's just they recognize it's not their place to open those doors. Like, you have to be the one to open it. They don't want to be invasive. So yeah, if you want to open up to them more, I really don't think they would take it personally. I think that they would be relieved that you trust them enough to be honest about that, and would be relieved to just know what's going on, so that they're not jumping, like, they're trying not to jump to conclusions, but there's also a certain uncertainty there of like what certain things are, or why you're feeling a certain kind of way. And I just think they would feel very grateful to be able to talk to you about that, because I'm sure they've got things too. And I just feel like a lot of the walls that you've been putting up between the two of you are not walls that need to exist. And in fact, the more you break those down, the more easily you'll be able to start coming to a conclusion about what it is you feel, and feel safer to just explore and see what happens. So we're gonna finish as I cut the deck. Communication. Wonder how that other person is feeling? Ask them. Wish they knew how you were feeling? Tell them. You've just been drafted in the communication army. Shout out to the communication army. You've officially been conscripted. And yeah, canon list buddy, sorry, you've been drafted into the communication army, where there is a strict do ask, do tell policy. Speak with kindness and gentleness and reach an understanding. If you don't, assumption will just make asses of everyone, including the person who came up with that aphorism. Okay, so MEGADECK has already given mega advice. So let's just see what guidance she wants to give you at this time. Miss MEGADECK, what guidance do you have for pile 2 when it comes to this connection with their person? What do they need to know? Power. I am strong, I am grounded, I am powerful. I am like a cross between a dinosaur and a tank, but not a tank that is used for war. I am like a peaceful, loving dino tank who feels so strong it doesn't need to do anything but be. And I think that's a big thing too. Maybe you're afraid of the power of this connection, or the power of like that you hold, like you don't want to hurt someone, but also it's not your job to protect people from things. I'm telling you, your person is fine. And if anything, you're taking your own power away when you don't honor your feelings and don't honor what your inner self is leading you to. You have the power to say yes, and you also have the power to say no. What else? But I also think that grounded is really important, because when you're ungrounded, that's when this overthinking 8 of Swords will come in. And so I would Google grounding techniques and start trying them if you haven't, because everybody gets grounded in different ways. But sometimes like letting go of an issue and just being in the present moment can allow for inspiration and awareness to hit when you least expect it. What else, Miss MEGADECK? Let's just get, okay, well, that's it. So we have playfulness. I am a playful participant in life, and I always have the option to make something a fun game rather than a heavy burden. Mary Poppins put sugar in the medicine for a reason. That lady really knows how to party. And I feel like that's what this Page of Wands is really talking about. Like, you need to give yourself permission to just explore and have fun. I feel like if you feel like relationships are a responsibility and a burden, I feel like maybe this person has come in to show you that that's not the case. Like, if you have fun with this person, give yourself permission to just have fun and reflect afterwards. Like, you don't have to be constantly analyzing things in the moment. Like, that's how you miss out on awareness that's right in front of your face. We also have joy. To enjoy something, I simply need to add joy to it. Joy is like butter. I can put it on anything and it'll make it way better. Today I will add joy to everything, really slather it on. Today I'm the Orville Redenbacher of joy, and life's popcorn is about to get it. So I think that's one thing too. If you enjoy being around this person, if you enjoy the connection that you have, that is telling you something. That is telling you positive things. And if you are like, oh, I'm not worthy of feeling joy, like that's a perspective that needs to change, because you're gonna remain miserable and miss out on opportunities to connect with people that enjoy being around you solely because you feel like you're not worthy of it. And so that's a real call for you to look at what is telling you you're not worthy of that, or what is keeping you so afraid, because once you start to address that, you know, it'll be a lot easier for you to receive, and you'll realize like, oh, I'm not a bad person for wanting to enjoy life with someone, and I do deserve kind connections that bring me joy. But finally, yeah, we have the benefit of the doubt. I believe in the basic goodness of other people, and I give them the chance to show it. If they prove me wrong, that's on them. At least I can go to sleep knowing I practice trust and forgiveness rather than fear and doubt. Later on, if I need to, I can always change my mind and retroactively judge them like it's my career. So that's the thing too, is like, you know, maybe you are projecting your fears onto this person and feeling like, oh, well, you know, maybe they'll betray me, or sure, maybe it's fun now, but then maybe they'll wake up or they'll change their mind. And it's like, you don't know that. And I think, you know, the big thing about giving yourself the benefit of the doubt is or giving people the benefit of the doubt is what it says. Like, you know, you can't control what other people do, but you can control like your own integrity. And I think it's powerful that it's a lion caring for this antelope, like, you know, a natural predator caring for its prey. Like, you may feel like your person is a bit of a predator because you feel vulnerable, but I think what you need to realize is that your person is not trying to prey on you. If anything, they see you as an equal and want to share experiences with you, but they're not going to force you, and they're certainly not out to hurt you. If anything, they're out to love you and out to make you feel beautiful and worthy. So, you know, I think that could be a really beneficial practice for you, and not jumping to conclusions before you even have the opportunity to explore things. I think you've probably pushed things away in the past because you thought you weren't worthy of them, or you had a pessimistic attitude, which I'm not beating you up for that. It's natural and normal, but it's time to stop pushing joy and good things away from you just because you feel like you're unworthy of them. Otherwise, you're going to be miserable your whole life and miss out on all the wonderful things life has to show you. And that's the thing too, is that if you don't have joy in the situation, you don't want that, don't assume that by being honest with that person that they're going to hate you and, like, you know, go crazy. If anything, they'll probably just be like, okay, and move forward. You know, they might be sad, but I don't feel like they want to cause you harm or hate you or will hate you or anything like that. You know, that's just part of life. And no matter what truths you come to, you can't control what the other person is thinking or doing. And I think that in your case, like, there's a real need for you to take a step back and realize, like, you deserve to give yourself the time, grace, and space that you give others, and recognize that if a lot of your fears come down to your fear of receiving or your fear of losing something that you enjoy receiving, it's time to make peace with that unknown and stop pushing that away just because of fear. It's okay to feel fear, but you don't need to push it off. And it's time to have more fun and embrace the power that comes with choosing what feels right for you, and if other people want to, choosing to let them have a role in your life and let yourself receive that. So pile 2, I'm going to head over to the extended now, but if you're leaving me here, thank you guys so much for watching, and thank you so much for letting my ads play in the background. That is one of the simplest and easiest ways to show appreciation and support for my channel. But if you would like to support me in other ways, the extended is very helpful. You can like this video, comment down below, let me know how it resonates. You can subscribe if you haven't already. Shout out to my notification squad. You can, if you hit that little notification bell, you'll be notified whenever I upload a new reading, and that's usually when I respond to people. You can check out my merch, you can check out my social media, you can check out my other videos, but that is where I'm going to leave this reading. So thank you guys so much for watching and for letting me read for you. I hope you all have a wonderful day or night whenever you're watching this, and I hope you'll come back and see me again soon. Bye! Hi there, pile 3. Welcome to your reading, and thank you so much for being here. If you guys chose this, I think it's strawberry quartz, the strawberry quartz moon. I think it's a quartz of some kind. And the Modern Love Tarot, this is going to be your reading. Good deck choice. This is a really pretty deck. But before we get into your tarot, we're going to start by making sure this is actually your reading. So you are going to be on the left by the candle and the crystal. Your person is going to be on the right, and the connecting energies between the two of you are going to be in the middle. If you resonate with things on the flip-flopped, that's absolutely okay. But you might want to check and make sure there isn't a reading where the you part is there, because that might be more useful. But if you want a full breakdown of the reading, there is one in the intro. I'm going to stop yapping and get into your reading. So to start with your energies and this connection, we have the Ace of Pentacles, recognition, success, and we have change. For your person's energies, we have the Priestess with illumination and knowledge, and we have childhood. And then for the connecting energies between the two of you, we have Stairway, which immediately, like, Stairway to Heaven is playing in my head. And we have Trapped. So I like these energies. I know typically the idea of being trapped has a negative connotation, but I don't see it in that way. I want to start with your energies here. It seems like things in this connection are shifting in a solid, more profound way. And it seems like either you are initiating some sort of next step with your person, or you both have talked about some sort of next step and you are kind of holding true to that. This talks about like the initial stages of something new, and it seems like you have reached a point in this connection where things are changing and things are looking up, and it seems like if you've had any frustrations with this connection or things like that, you're looking at it differently. I feel like you feel really solid in your intentions towards this person, which I think are centered around either commitment or commitment to seeing where this connection is meant to head. If you're already in a connection or if you're already in a commitment with this person, then this could be like a new stage of the relationship. This could also just be, you know, if you've had a rough patch with them, or if there have been like unforeseen challenges, or even I guess foreseen challenges, like logistical things like visas, for example, or you know, school things, work things. It seems like things are finally moving, and it seems like you are starting to feel more optimistic about things, but there's an awareness that like this is going to take time. I think the beautiful thing is that of all of the aces, and I guess of all of the elemental cards in general, the pentacles are the most solid. And I think you're recognizing that like the work you've put in either within yourself or within this connection or both is paying off. And if you and your person have had to be patient in certain ways, it seems like things are finally starting to get moving, and that's really exciting. I also feel like there is this kind of like maybe frustration over the fact that things aren't moving faster, but there is this awareness like that it will be worth it, and things are moving in the flow that they are meant to. And I feel like you are doing what you can to not only bring your all to this connection and this person, but also not get too in your head or overwhelmed. Now, I feel like your person is in a more introspective phase right now, where they're having a lot of unique insights around how their childhood affects their connection with you and affects how they are willing to open to and receive love. And I feel like I wonder if the both of you have had some conversations recently about like significant things that are happening in your life, or like significant things that have happened between the two of you that this person realizes connects to their childhood. I feel like there's just a lot of illumination coming when it comes to you and this connection with this person, where they are starting to see through past wounds and look at things more optimistically and more realistically. But I definitely think that there is a part of your person that is a bit guarded, and I get the vibe from them that they're really used to empty words and people kind of ripping the rug out from underneath them. And so they are kind of hard, like I'm getting this like stubborn mule energy where they're kind of hard to move because they have only felt like they could rely on themselves to be safe. And like, you know, even in this childhood card, this egg, we have this green egg, which I think is very symbolic of their heart. I feel like their heart is going through a rebirth with you, and it really doesn't matter the length of this connection, whether it's newer or you know, you guys are in a relationship or you're in a situationship, whatever really it may be. It seems like this person is having some heart awakenings. I feel like they're reconnecting to aspects of themselves that they forgot existed or thought they lost. And I think that their heart is definitely still very delicate, but they are starting to see the value in what their wounds have been trying to show them. And I think now too, they're in this process of just integrating this awareness. So if you haven't had conversations with them about this, I don't know if those conversations will happen in the future, like in the near future or not. I think it depends for you how much, how forthcoming your person is just with personal information, you know, like if they've got Scorpio placements, they might not be the most forthcoming, but you know, if they have different placements, they might be, well, I guess it doesn't necessarily have to be placements, but they could just be in this more, what's the right word? I'm going back to the word yin, like this just receptive energy where they're kind of a little bit solitary, a little bit like just needing to take time for themselves and recoup and process these things. But I definitely think that they are paying attention to what is true for them and what is a projection, and also like what I mean what is true for them, what is genuinely true, and what is a wounded projection. If you feel like this person has maybe projected wounds of their own onto you in the past, I think they're seeing these things more clearly. And I do think your person has an awareness that like there are certain things that they've either done or they've believed, or certain things that have kept this person from being more open to you that they now realize was unfair because they were just kind of projecting on the situation. One thing that I think is really interesting is that, you know, you are a 1 here and they're a 2, and then we have 12 here with this stairway. It seems like things are continuing to ascend, like things are getting better, but it's like one step at a time, in the words of our Lord and Savior Jordan Sparks. I definitely feel like with this trapped card, the reason why I don't feel like it's negative is because I feel like no matter what the situation is between the two of you, there's kind of this, you kind of feel locked in with each other. And it seems like even if you guys have wanted to avoid this connection or run away from it, or, you know, push the other away, it kind of seems like you're drawn back together. Or if this is a newer connection, then it seems like the energies feel intense enough but solid enough that neither of you necessarily want to walk away from this or avoid the intensity that exists. I definitely think both of you see things headed in a positive direction. I feel like your person is more in a position where, one, they feel very like grateful for the love and kindness and patience that you've given them, but also they are kind of reconciling like things from their past that they don't want to bring into this situation with you. And I feel like you're also taking this time, and maybe it's time apart or just like less time together. I feel like you're taking this time to really get all your ducks in a row, gather your bearings, like make sure that you have what you need in order to be able to show up in an equal, balanced connection with this person. If you are like doing anything to change locations or change your financial situation, I feel like these are signs of positive progress there. And I feel like there is just a level of commitment between the two of you, whether spoken or unspoken. I would be shocked if this is just like new and you guys just recently met, because it seems like this is either a situation where you're already in a committed relationship with them, or it seems like it's like a friendship that's heading there, or, you know, a connection that's been kind of on and off. Though I will say, you know, if this is the type of person that gives you the runaround and is manipulative and isn't kind or fair to you, that's not this person. And I don't know if this is your reading. And also, I don't know if you should be getting a reading on a person like that, because that's not fair to you and you deserve better. But anyway, I definitely think like with the number 12, like that makes me think of the Hanged Man. And I feel like there is a level of surrender here where both of you kind of know like there are certain things that you can do that are within your control to progress this connection, but timing is more of a thing you both have to flow with. I feel like your person has things that they're not ready to tell you yet, and I think they have a lot to do with their own insecurities and their own setbacks, and there may be things about their childhood that they're not ready to open up about, but they do want to tell you because they do feel like they can trust you. I definitely think too, if you've been frustrated about the fact that things don't seem to be moving forward, it seems like you're starting to reach a point where you can see that it will be, but there is this frustration of like, it seems like this situation has been stagnating a little bit. But I don't think that stagnation will be lasting forever. I think it's a matter of just allowing things to continue to flow. I think there's a lot of important and necessary integrations of awareness and energy that you both are going through right now, where you're both becoming more like empowered, independent, and self-sufficient individuals in how you navigate your own lives personally. And I feel like that's helping you have more confidence in how you navigate this connection, which I think is really beautiful. And I was also kind of noticing you know, with the 37, I was kind of attributing this 3 to you and this 7 to your person. And like 3 is a number of creation. It's also a number of learning and teaching and mastery. So I feel like you are creating and learning and growing. And 7 is a very spiritual number. It's also a highly individual number. So I feel like your person is having really interesting spiritual insights, whether they are traditionally spiritual or they're just more so related to their human journey this lifetime. I think there's this awareness for both of you, like as much as you would like to maybe push things along or push this away, neither of like in your hearts, neither of you truly want to. And so I think both of you are surrendering to the reality of what this connection is asking of you. And at this time, I think it's asking for the both of you patience, individual growth, and the willingness to be more open and share with each other. And you know, I really want to commend you, pile 3. I feel like 3, yeah, pile 3. I feel like you've been doing a really great job of not letting your ego get in the way of things, and also being patient and trusting what your intuition is telling you. I know it's not easy, and I know it is frustrating, but it seems like you've had tangible evidence in the recent past or like now that is letting you know that things are moving towards success. Things are changing, maybe not as rapidly as you would like it to, but you may be stuck on this stairway, but you're not stuck on this step. Does that make sense? You guys are headed where you need to go. And I definitely think that your person might be a little bit freaked out by the insights they're having. They could even be having like psychic awakenings or things like that. And so that might be a little bit overwhelming for them. But I think overall, they are kind of, there's a matter of you both getting your ducks in a row. But for you, I feel it's more external. And for your person, it's more internal. And that is leading to the both of you like converging more deeply. Like I'm just seeing like 2 paths like meet, like doing that. I'm trying to see if I see anything else, but like this is pretty straightforward. And I feel like too, there's real guidance here for you about continuing to do the things that are different. To like, if you want things to move faster, the more you invest in yourself, invest in creating the life that you want, and especially like creating the life that you want with this person in it and how you envision that, the more you're going to start to see those changes. And also it will keep you distracted so that you're not like focusing on the clock, on how you'd rather maybe things change even faster. But also the letters CH could be significant just because they're here for both of you. I feel like there's definitely a sense of mirroring here. If you feel like you resonate with your person's side as well, I wouldn't be shocked if there is a bit of mirroring here. But I definitely think that the situation is testing your patience and testing your ability to trust in yourself and what you know to be true. So I really want you to know, like, I think you're doing great, and I'm really proud of you for sticking to what you feel to be true and, you know, not giving up on something because you worry that it's not going to pan out, or you worry that like you're missing out on something else or something like that. Like, I feel like maybe if you've felt in the past like, oh, this isn't moving fast enough, or I don't know, like what if I'm denying myself other opportunities? Maybe you've explored other opportunities and realized, you know, those grapes would die on the vine, or that's not actually what I thought I wanted. I feel like you both are kind of realizing like you would rather choose the challenges that come with this situation than something that is less igniting on a soul level, something that's less empowering on a personal level. I definitely think there's a lot of empowerment here, and I really like that. I love to see that. And I think that both of you are redefining what love looks like and what love means to the both of you individually and together. And I wouldn't be shocked if like, the hard thing is like in terms of the connection, like because there's different people that are coming to this reading and different energies, different experiences, you guys will be at different situations depending on who you are and who's watching. But I feel like no matter what, things are headed in a positive direction. And if this is your reading, I feel like you can continue to have confidence in what feels like a positive start. Like, I feel like this is more than anything a positive start in the direction that you both want to head in. And if you don't know what direction your person wants to head in, the direction that I think you want to head in, they also do as well. And I feel like the direction that you want to head in is one that maybe triggers childhood wounds for them. And so that's something that they are kind of realizing and working through and having really powerful insights. And there's this really big energy on their end where they're becoming aware that like you are not their caregivers, you are not the people that hurt them. They're realizing a lot of like unfair projections that they've had on you, and also realizing just like the value that you bring to their life. And like, I think that if you haven't gotten an apology, I wouldn't be shocked if at some point this person lets you, like, maybe not an apology, but a thank you. I guess it depends on your situation. It could be both. Like just a thank you for being in their life. Like, thank you for being patient with them. Thank you for seeing like parts of them they couldn't see themselves. I would be willing to bet you've seen things in them that they haven't seen about themselves, and you've held strong on those beliefs, and they're starting to see those things now and be like, wow, okay, like pile 3 really has my best interests at heart. And you know, we don't have to stay stuck in a past energy. We don't have to stay stuck in, you know, karmic cycles that don't serve us. Not saying that you guys were in a karmic cycle, but I think that karmic cycles can be involved in anything. Like, for example, karmic cycles around childhood, karmic cycles around repeating the same thing and getting the same results, but expecting different results. It could be a lot of different things, but I think more than anything, things are headed in a positive direction. Your energy is very stable, and your person is in an energy that's very like, whoa, like illuminating. So I definitely think your person is going to be taking some time to process, but I think the fact that your energy is just so solid, that's really helping your person feel confident to integrate the energies that they need to, so that you guys can keep ascending this stairway. So if that resonates, let's go ahead and get into your tarot now. I love when it's straightforward and it doesn't take me like 40 minutes to say like 5 things. I know I yap, I'm sorry. I do my best. I just wish I could like telepathically communicate, because I feel like there's so many times where a concept just feels so easy to express energetically, but then when you try to like put it in words, it's a lot harder. But with that being said, while I'm shuffling, if you are interested and this is resonating, we are going to have an extended where we are just going to do a deep dive into your person's energy and feelings for you. We're going to be looking at how they see the connection, how they see you. And I also want to mention too, like, and I don't think I mentioned this, for those of you that are in, I don't like saying this word, in separation, because I don't think that's real or true, but like you and this person are not actively engaged with one another right now, engaging with one another right now, on a physical level at least. I definitely feel like you both are making positive progress, and the connection is still doing work on the both of you. So I feel like for some of you, if you're like, well, what if my person and I like haven't seen each other, I don't know what's going on. Well, if you are in a positive new cycle of your life where things are changing, you're growing, and you're recognizing success, I would trust, and you feel like you're growing and things are evolving, I would trust that your person is resonating with this side, and that things are growing and things are moving, and you don't necessarily need to know how in order to trust that things are all working out. But yeah, like I said, if you want to know about your person's energy, their feelings, what they're thinking, all that jazz, it'll be a proper deep dive. That'll be in the extended, but we're gonna go ahead and start by asking the question of this reading, which is, what do you need to know most about this connection? So, Spirit, what does pile 3 need to know most about this connection for their highest good? Yeah. Can we clarify this actually? Huh. Interesting. Okay. So, definitely money is an, well, not, and it doesn't even have to be money too. It could be like your sense of security, your sense of stability, your sense of value, your sense of worth. I feel like this connection has been assisting you in creating a turning point with your ability to receive, your ability to create, and your ability to set yourself up for success. If you in the past had partners that took advantage of you, or expected you to kind of like be dependent on them, I feel like this connection has been helping you see where you don't need someone else to assist you, and also to see where you can empower yourself. I also feel like this connection is trying to show you not only your inherent value, but the fact that sometimes the best things take time. You know, with the 10 of Pentacles here, that is all about like family, legacy, generational wealth. And I feel like you are creating a solid foundation, not only for you and this person, but for any generations that you create together and anyone that you consider part of your family. Not that this person isn't at all, but it seems like the focus is more so on you. I also feel like if you are missing this person, I feel like you need to know that is mirrored. Like, I think this person also misses you. And there could be a message here too about meeting this person's family or vice versa. Like, if you guys are long distance or if you haven't seen one another in a while, I feel like there is this message here that it's okay to miss this person. Like, it's okay to be frustrated at certain circumstances. But I also feel like I feel really called to let you know that, like, what you want and what you desire is not being kept from you. You're being led to it. And when it comes to like big things that we want in life, like, for example, this shows a woman who's in a wedding dress and she's like locked out of this building, right? And it almost just seems like she can't get to where she wants to go. And I feel like the universe is saying you're well on your way. You're well on your way to going where you want to be. And in fact, the more you believe that you're failing, or the more you believe that it's not enough or it's not working, the more it slows things down. I don't believe that like negative thoughts or like negative energy like ruins or tarnishes your manifestations, but I do think that like it can slow them down, because it and maybe it's not even slowing it down, because like when those things happen where we do get caught up in, you know, negative cycles of thought, struggling with things, struggling with like things like lack, and or struggling with things like finances, it can really be hard to trust in ourselves, trust in the universe, trust in our creative abilities and the idea that we're worthy and that things can get better. I would highly recommend every single one of you, if you have like an Audible subscription or if you can find it, Louise Hay has a really awesome talk on receiving prosperity. And I think that could actually be a really beneficial talk for you to listen to. What she says about prosperity I find to be very interesting and very helpful. She may not be for everyone, so if you don't feel called to do that, you obviously don't. But I do feel like what Spirit is saying is that this connection is something that is not just about you and your person, it's also about you as an individual, and you not relying on certain expectations to happen, not relying on certain things to happen in order for you to feel safe to act, but rather realizing you can just act now, and that's actually what's going to bring in what you're desiring. I feel like it's like what you keep wanting is like just out of reach, and I feel like the universe is trying to tell you, no, it is within your grasp. You can, in the words of Patrick Starr, firmly grasp it, but it's about you kind of taking it for yourself, and also not letting other people's experiences, other people's stories, and other people's opinions tarnish and distort what you believe to be true. I feel like there's also a message here where like maybe you feel pressure by like your family or by just society in general, or like your friend group, to be at a different point in your life than where you're currently at. And maybe you feel pressure like, I need to do this by this age and this by that age. And I feel like the universe is really asking you to take a step back and remember that what other people value doesn't have to be what is true for you. And also the fact that your worth is not reflected in your life experiences, and your worth is not reflected in, you know, what you have or what you don't have. I feel like one thing that you don't see that you have is just like the most precious heart, and also an incredible ability to create and manifest. I feel like, I don't know if you have any family members that are just not very supportive of you, or don't quite understand like the value of what you put in the world, or just the value that you inherently have. And I feel like that's something where maybe you mirror this person, that like that could be beneficial in helping you heal those childhood wounds. But there's a real family energy between you and your person, and I feel like that is where the both of you are headed right now. If you both are together and there are like financial issues, I feel like Spirit is really asking you to trust yourself and trust what you feel called to do, and trust your ability to move through what you need to. I also think that if you are feeling unworthy or worrying you're not good enough for this person or this situation, there's a real need for you to take a step back and remember, like, when you get so caught up in those fears that you feel like what you desire is not for you, or that you won't get it, or that it won't be worth it, like, you need to remind yourself that just because you can't see it right now doesn't mean it's not going to be here, and that in fact, the more you generate that energy within, the more you will see it come towards you. But I feel like you're already creating really wonderful, I don't know why I didn't say this earlier, but the fact that you're showing up as the Ace of Pentacles, and then we have the Five of Pentacles and the Ten of Pentacles, you are changing the outcome of your life to be one of being trapped from having what you want, trapped in a cycle of lack, trapped in a belief system that keeps you stuck, trapped in a state of being that doesn't resonate with you, and you're moving into one that is genuinely abundant, self-sufficient, sustaining, and nourishing. And I feel like your person is coming along for the ride in the perfect time, in the perfect way. And I feel like if you and your person are already together, I feel like you can be a really positive support system for them as well. Like, maybe you both kind of exacerbate certain fears around not having enough, around losing, and like, those are totally understandable fears to have. But I think both of you need to believe in yourselves more than you believe in the fear. And I feel like what Spirit is saying is that you've changed the trajectory of your life to, instead of be one that repeats past cycles, or maybe even repeats generational cycles. Like, for example, you know, maybe if you've had, if maybe there's a cycle in your family where previous family members have had, you know, failed marriages, or have lost a lot of finances in divorces, or have had partners that cheated them out of things, or cheated in general. It seems like all of the hard work that you are doing is helping you create a narrative where not only does that not happen, but you help heal that from happening, you know, to your family. And obviously we can't control what other people do, but I feel like you're not, like, you and this person don't have those intentions towards each other, and like, that's why your person is doing so much work to like make sure that they don't create, you know, some sort of situation where they would lose you. But also I feel like you may not see it yet, but you're planting really powerful seeds that are creating, you're creating a foundation right now for a really, really gorgeous, well, I mean, I want to say gorgeous house. So like, maybe you are gaining the finances to buy a house, or this could be a metaphorical house of just the house of where your family tree lives, the house of where love lives, where your love lives. I feel like that's being created right now. And just because you can't see where it's heading doesn't mean it's not there. But I feel like you are entering a very powerful time where you are letting go of generational cycles. You're letting go of fears around your material security, and also opening up to just the creative ways that you can generate more abundance for yourself, and also the creative ways in the universe can bring abundance to you. I also feel like this is a beautiful sign that you are rebalancing in general, and just setting yourself on a course for success. And so if you feel like things are finally looking up, or things are like finally getting to a place where you can create tangible change, I would say you're absolutely right about that. And I think this tangible change is having a positive effect on the connection as well. If there are certain things that you were feeling like needed to happen before this energy could happen, it's like you're realizing, oh no, I was the person that needed to just get the ball rolling. And I think you're realizing that shift in perception is having very powerful results in your reality. And if you're not seeing those results yet, you will start to, and they will come in time. Like, it's not, pentacles don't come very fast, but they are assured. So that's the important thing to remember there. But now I want to see, and this is very on point for you, guidance on any fears that you have around the connection, like what Spirit wants you to know about those fears. Spirit, what guidance do you have for pile 3 when it comes to fears they have around the connection? We have the 3 of Wands. So I feel like this is encouragement to continue with the positive mindsets that you've had, and continue envisioning the positive future that you know you will have. I also think when it comes to like manifestation, and it's funny too, because I'm like not a big manifestation guy, in the sense that like it's just not something I consciously focus on. But I guess there's healing for that for me too. But I feel like one of the most powerful forms of manifestation is like feeling yourself in the future you want to be, like feeling what it's like to have the house that you want, feeling what it's like to sit in the chair with the view that you've dreamed of, feeling what it's like to have your person, you know, next to you on the beautiful porch swing, and you guys are just sitting there enjoying a warm summer evening. I love that vision. I'm like, damn, I'm manifesting that for me too. Like, thanks for that. Not saying that that's yours, but just things like that, the more like powerful and tangible and sensory you can make envisioning these experiences, the more it will feel real, and the more encouragement you will feel towards just keeping, like, just keep going, even when you feel like discouraged, deflated. And the interesting thing is too, is like, there is a lot of, like, I'm not getting a lot around your person like I was originally, but now it seems like it's really heavily focused on you. And I think that's because a lot of the things that maybe you've been assuming are like your person's job, or like, you know, it's all in your person's hands, you're realizing, okay, yeah, maybe there are some things that are in their hands that are their job, but like there are tons of things that I could be working on right now that could get me in a better position to receive this person. Or I mean, you know, also too, if you would choose, you know, something different, or decide that you want something else, I mean, that can happen as well. But I wasn't getting that vibe. But I will say, for those of you where that would resonate for you, also honor that. You know, always honor what is true for you over a pair of talking hands on the internet. This talking hand is well-meaning, but it's not all-knowing. So just be aware of that. But I also feel like Spirit is really letting you know, like, you can trust in the seeds you've already planted, and don't give up on your dreams. Don't give up on your plans. Keep going. And the fact that things take time, like, I feel like Spirit is saying, you know, there will be things that require your patience, but you will be so happy that you trusted yourself. And I also think that this is a beautiful time of expansion, where as you're planting these seeds, it's like now the staircase is starting to reveal itself. It's like, okay, you finally got your shoes on. Let's start getting up the steps. And I feel like this is just a beautiful sign too, like for traveling purposes. Like, I am feeling this thing, like if you're worried about traveling in any sense, you will be safe. Someone is playing very loud music. I'm sorry if you can hear that. My whole floor is shaking. But also, I feel like you can trust the inner compass of your heart. Like, this Three of Wands is really telling me, like, yes, your fears might be quite palpable at times. Your doubts and uncertainties and insecurities may be quite powerful. But your heart is a powerful compass, and it's already led you to this point. You can trust it to help you keep going. I also feel like if travel or anything like that is significant, I feel like things are unfolding in a positive way. And I also think that there's just this sense of optimism, and like just this encouragement to keep looking forward and not let your fears cause you to look back, because like there's nothing back there for you. And it's interesting too, because like a lot of these figures they have their backs to the past, to us. And I feel like that's what's leading you to this Ten of Pentacles. And it's cool because it's like the Three of Wands is kind of pointing to that. And so I feel like whatever your Ten of Pentacles is, like whatever you envision for your life, you know, an abundant, loving family life, whether that's like, you know, your created family or a chosen family, whether that is, I feel like that expands beyond family though, and can be like, forms of service is like a big thing that I'm getting. Like one thing I was getting is like self-sustaining farms, or like if you're wanting to do something where you serve Mother Earth in some way, where like I said, a farm, or like I'm thinking of like you know, rescue farms for animals, you know, that are rescued from situations. Like I'm thinking of example, like I think there's I can't remember the exact term of what it is, but I'm thinking of like, if you guys have ever seen like the Gentle Barn, I believe they're on YouTube and Instagram, and they rescue farm animals and you know, let them live out their life in comfort and peace. Like I can see you doing something like that. And I feel like there is this reminder that there is so much more to your life than just this connection. And if you find yourself getting like really focused and keyed into that, the universe is asking you to take a step back and remember it's not just about you and this person. Like there's so much more to you than that. And, you know, it may be hard to want to invest in yourself sometimes when you're missing this person or you're feeling frustrated. But the universe is reminding you, like, this is leading you to something very solid with your person. And if that sounds right, if that feels right in your heart as I say that, then take that as your truth, because that is your truth. And you're actively creating and manifesting that, but it's something that's quite solid and substantial. And so it's a process and an unfoldment. And I feel like Spirit is just really encouraging you to keep going, keep trusting, and keep growing. And I love that for you. Okay, let's see what this connection is trying to show you about yourself at this time. Spirit, what is this So I definitely feel like with this Five of Cups here, it's trying to show you that losses are not the end of the world. You know, if you and this person have gone through difficult phases, or, you know, like you've broken up at some point, or you've had phases of on and off, or you've had, you know, just time periods of loss that have been really disappointing, I feel like this connection is showing you that you don't need someone to save you from that, and that in fact, like, your grief is sacred, the things that you lose are sacred, and also the fact that, like, no matter what happens in your life, like, you will be okay. Like, I feel like you are learning to find home within yourself and learning to recognize where you don't need someone to save you. And even though it might be nice, it's still not something that you need. Like, I guess that's why this empowerment energy is coming in. But I also think that this connection is showing you that just because things aren't unfolding the way you wanted them to doesn't mean they're not unfolding at all. I feel like there have been times where you thought something was going to happen, either between you and this person. Well, I would say between you and this person, that then didn't unfold, but then they ended up unfolding in an even greater way, or you return to evidence that's like, okay, I know there's more here, but I'm a bit bummed out at, like, what I was attached to. I'm a bit bummed out things didn't unfold the way I thought they would. I feel like this connection is showing you that just because just because the way that you were attached to things happening isn't occurring doesn't mean that they're not happening at all. It just means it's not that the universe is saying no, the universe is saying yes, and we need to do these things in order to get there. And I think that there have been times where you've been very emotionally invested in things unfolding quickly and in a certain way, and that has led to disappointments with you. And I feel like the universe is showing you, like, you know, disappointments in life are inevitable, but sometimes we can prevent those when we don't get attached to how things unfold and just trust that they will, and let the universe take care of the how. That not only allows the universe to work its magic, but it also helps you have more confidence and independence in yourself. And I feel this genuine frustration. Like, I feel like some of you want to strangle me right now, but you know, I guess at this point I'm glad that this is online for the sanctity of my neck. And I think it's, like, very frustrating, because I think all you want is just for someone to, like, sweep you off your feet and just take you away from your problems and tell you everything's okay. And I wonder if maybe that's an aspect of this generational cycle. Maybe for some of you, you've had family members that had this situation happen, but then those people ended up leaving them high and dry, or, like, ended up, you know, screwing them over in the long run. And I think that one thing that the universe is saying too is, like, we do not want you to be in a situation where you are under the thumb of someone who has control over you, or doesn't genuinely respect you and sees you as, you know, theirs, or sees you as an item or an object rather than a fully fledged human being. I feel like there's also this disappointment around maybe certain dreams of how things would unfold. And I feel like the universe is asking you to give yourself the time and space, like, if you still are grieving over certain things, to process that. And it could be as well that, like, if you and this person are at a distance, it could be because you both are processing certain types of grief that, you know, could create conflict or complications in this connection if they weren't resolved. But I do think more than anything, this connection is showing you that sometimes loss isn't a true loss. Sometimes something needs to go away for a bit so that it can return to you in a much better form. And sometimes things do need to go away so that they can be replaced with something better. And I feel like in your case, you are learning that, like, you know, losing things that you were really attached to might be hard sometimes, but the benefits you reap will be so worth it. I definitely think as well, though, there is this energy here where Spirit is really asking you to look at the way that you project negative expectations on your future because you've had negative experiences in your past. Like, that's natural and normal. Don't beat yourself up for that. But I feel like the universe is saying, like, you know, you can be both confident in the fact that there are beautiful things ahead of you without being attached to how those beautiful things come in and what exactly those beautiful things are, and trusting. And I know it's like complicated, but I'm kind of in a dicey situation where I'm like, I'm not going to sit here and make promises that I don't know to be true, the same way that it's not healthy for you to, you know, hold on to certain outcomes with like a vice grip. And then, because, you know, it can create pain, it can create suffering. And I think the biggest and most important thing is that you know the truth that is in your heart. And that truth is what is going to continue to carry you. And the problem with having a powerful truth in our heart is that our mind can be like, what the fuck is this? What the fuck does this mean? What the fuck is happening? I am scared. I am afraid. I don't know what's going on. I don't know why I'm doing this voice. And it's like the mind is like panicking and being like, okay, so what does this mean? When is this gonna happen? How do and I feel like your higher self in both the universe is just being like, hey, it's fine. This truth is guiding you. Your mind is going to freak out sometimes. You are going to have fears. You are going to have worries. But your heart is leading you exactly where you need to go, exactly where you want to be. And I feel like sometimes, you know, what we see as the end is really just a beautiful beginning. And so for you and your person, there could be an end of a way of relating that, you know, you both are healing right now, where you're able to show up more clearly and more powerfully with each other, which we're going to look at that in a second. And I got a really powerful feeling in my gut when I had that. Like, if you and your person had an ending in the past and maybe you thought it was truly over, I'm hearing Katy Perry in my head right now, it's never really over. And you may be realizing like, oh no, that was an ending of a phase between the two of us, not an ending of the connection itself. And I feel like there's maybe awareness coming to you that, like, for those of you that resonate with this, like, if this is a highly spiritual connection, you may be realizing like there's a transcendental aspect of this connection where, you know, things change on a human level, but like the spirit of the connection doesn't change. And the spirit of the connection actually leads both of you to grow and evolve as people in very powerful ways, and actually be able to anchor more loving energies with each other and be able to be solid counterparts for one another. I also think more than anything too, it is okay to be upset and disappointed about things that haven't worked out. And also, it is important to give yourself the time and space to work through your own emotional processes, and to remember that, like, it's not personal when someone else needs to work through theirs. Like, I wouldn't be shocked. It's actually really interesting how, like, if you feel at a distance from your person, it seems like they are still connecting to you anyway. And, like, look at how similar this High Priestess and this Five of Cups is. Like, I feel like you both could be processing grief right now, maybe not even related to this connection, but related to, you know, painful experiences that taught you, you know, that you weren't worthy of love, or taught you, you know, things about love that weren't necessarily true, but just, you know, wounded responses to being hurt. I feel like you could also, I feel like both of you in certain ways could be grieving childhood experiences you never got to have, or grieving just experiences that you never got to have. And I feel like Spirit is saying that that's okay, but to also remember, like, you are creating your own experiences. You are creating a lot of love in this situation. And I feel like also, if you are taking, like, if your person is at a distance right now very personally, just know that, like, it's not it's personal to them, less so personal to you. But I think there's a lot of awareness in how that is making you feel, that could be beneficial for your own healing. I also think as well, the light is reaching you and things are getting better, and whatever you have lost in the recent past, like, apart from, like, loved ones, I'm gonna kind of, that's like a whole different thing, but like things, tangible things that you've lost, they are being returned to you in ways where you're getting something new, or the same thing is being regenerated into something better. It's like it's either transforming or it's coming in a new way. So I feel like in the case for you and your person, what this connection is trying to show you right now is that sometimes what feels like the end is really just the end of a phase, the end of a cycle. And in fact, you can trust what your heart is telling you more than you realize, because you may have been feeling like in at this point in time, or in the past when this happened, like, oh, everything is over, like everything is going to shit, I was so stupid for believing this. And like, you're not stupid. Don't call yourself stupid. And you may be like realizing now, like, oh, I was being so dramatic. And I don't think that's fair to you either, because if it genuinely felt like the ending of something you really cared about, like, how, like, of course you're going to be upset about that. Of course you're going to feel some type of way. But I feel like the universe is telling you, you know, you don't have to be afraid of those experiences. It's understandable because they're painful, and like, it's just natural human inclination to want to protect ourselves and avoid pain and vulnerability. But it is within that vulnerability that our heart opens more, and we awaken to deeper truths, and we are able to stand strong in painful energies and carry ourselves through them and gain more wisdom and awareness. It's not always fun, but it is worth it, at least in my opinion. You don't have to agree with me, but I do think that this connection is showing you where maybe you project this idea that things won't work out, or you are so afraid to like trust in yourself and where your heart is leading you, because you're afraid of things just getting worse and, you know, your heart being broken. And I feel like the universe is saying that's where you need more love and care towards yourself. Like, this connection is showing you that your heart needs, one, it might need like more time to process and grieve certain things if that resonates for you, but also it may be that you need to honor all of your emotional experiences and recognize that they're valid, and also recognize that sometimes what feels like an ending is rather a new beginning, and, you know, a sign that things are changing for the positive, and things are getting better. So I feel like no matter what, like, wherever your person is, like, you're headed in a really solid direction. And I think no matter what, that's helping your person as well. And I guess, and this is not the vibe that I'm getting for the vast majority of you, but I do feel like there could be a select few of you here where you are kind of choosing to move forward beyond this person, even though you may have a great deal of love and care for them, and that may be very hard for you. And I feel like that's important that you honor that process and that experience, but just know, like, you will never regret, like, when you look back on your life, you will never regret choosing yourself and choosing what's important to you. And I do feel like things are headed in a positive direction. But like I said, that message is only for a select few of you. I feel like a lot of you have this person in your heart the same way they are in yours. And I feel like whatever past, if there have been past painful experiences between the two of you, misunderstandings, right person, wrong time, things just not working, I feel like that disappointment is something that you're processing and working through. And I also just think disappointments in your personal life, like, this connection is highlighting where you are still afraid to face the unknown. And I think the biggest thing is that you have faced really painful, really challenging things in your life. Like, and you faced them with less wisdom, less awareness, less support, and less tools than you do now. Like, even if you face, well, we all face challenging things, but even if you face things that are even more challenging in the future, which, you know, we can't know those things, I do know they won't feel that way, because you will be far more prepared for them. But I'm not saying that in related to your person. I just think that this is more in general, like, you know, a general fear of being disappointed. Like, you may have this general fear of, like, I don't want to be sad, I don't want to be disappointed, so I won't be invested at all. And I feel like the universe is trying to get you back into that mind, back into a more positive mindset and recognition of the fact that if you're only engaging with things in life that don't have any feeling attached to them, or just feel safe, or just feel like meh, you're not truly living. You're just kind of existing with what feels comfortable and acceptable. And I feel like this connection takes you outside of your comfort zone. Same with your person. And you're really being encouraged to recognize that especially if you feel like you and this person have like a very, you know, special connection. And like I said, I can't say that for you. Only you can say that in your heart. To trust in that, and instead of needing to justify it or figure out like what it all means or what's going to happen, to just go with the flow and follow what your heart is telling you and see what comes in for you as you continue to create the change that is improving your life. And you know, there might be a part of you too that is needing to grieve like what you didn't realize in the past, and that's okay. Just be gentle with yourself and be kind to yourself. You know, if at any point you feel like beating yourself up, or you just feel like embarrassed or ashamed or stupid, you know, ask yourself, if your person was going through this, would you tell them to feel that way? If you wouldn't, well, I hope you wouldn't, but you know, that's really up to you. More than anything though, like I feel like this Five of Cups is really speaking to you about like how, you know, those low moments, those moments of sorrow, those moments of sadness can be really important catalysts to our growth, to choosing ourselves, to doing what we need to do, and for our highest good, and in order to be able to engage in a balanced, healthy connection. And I feel like you both are going through that process right now. And I feel like what this connection is showing you as well is that sometimes there's wisdom in things falling apart so that they can come back together in a beautiful way. So now I want to see how you can create more intimacy / deepen the bond between you and your person. So Spirit, how can pile 3 deepen their connection / create more intimacy with their person, please? Yeah, literally let what needs to die. Look, guys, we have the 6 of Cups on the back of the deck, which is all about reunions, reconciliations. This is all about childhood healing as well. If you and your person are at a distance from one another and you are unable to communicate with them, I definitely think that like the more you just continue to follow your own evolution, and continue to grow and transform and let what needs to end, like that is helping create a deeper bond with your person. And I guess maybe for some of you, if this person like passed on, like I feel like connecting with them intuitively could be a powerful way, though I don't know if that is the case. I'm so terribly sorry. I'm not really the best at like handling stuff like that. But I think this is a lot more about you connecting as deeply to yourself as possible, because you can only connect to others as deeply as you can connect to yourself. So the more you can grow and evolve, and you're already doing that, so the more you can just continue to go through this process of transformation and let what needs to end, and continue to like bury what is not meant for you, that is helping you create more intimacy and awareness with your person. I also feel like there is a matter of like you and your person, if you guys like are, you know, together or in contact or things like that, I feel like there's a need for the both of you to kind of really open up about how you're transforming, and also, you know, be patient with each other as you move through these processes. I feel like this is less about like a specific action and more so following the flow of what your evolution is asking of you and trusting that they're doing the same. I think that opening up about that can be really helpful as well if you're able to. But I also think that like the wisdom and insight that you gain about yourself will help you understand your person in the process. And I also think it will help you have more patience and understanding for your person. And I think vice versa, like maybe your person feels a lot of pressure or just feels like, you know, they have to get everything figured out, or, you know, whatever it really may be. I think that for some of you, if you feel like you need to like press pause on this connection, which like I feel like I would have said that already, man, okay, I'm not blaming this on you. This is my cross to carry as a reader. I'm very malleable to like whoever's energy I'm reading. So like there's like a lot of uncertainty, a lack of trust in your energy. So I feel like I can't really trust myself, and I feel like I'm trying to be as grounded and like realistic as possible, and there is that energy of like be realistic, and I don't think that's serving you. In fact, I feel like called to encourage you to be magical and fantastical about things, and to kill the parts of you that make you feel dead inside. Kill the parts of you that create more division with yourself. Kill the parts of you that make you feel disconnected from your person. So for example, like, you know, if your ego stops you from reaching out, or if your fears stop you from taking that action that you know would really empower you and help move you forward in life, like that helps create more intimacy with your person, even if it's not objectively seen in the present immediately as you're doing it. It seems like there is a greater growth process happening between the two of you right now that is leading to Oh, and I didn't even think about it too. Like the Six of Cups comes after the Five of Cups. My brain can't do math, but it's sure full of Shrek and Simpsons references. But I definitely think also maybe there could be a lot of healing between you and your person around your childhoods, and like, you know, opening up together about like, you know, the ways in which you don't want to repeat generational cycles, the ways in which you don't want to be, you know, like your ancestors, and you don't want to be the way that you were taught to be. I feel like the more you can shed layers of what is inauthentic to you and kill what makes your spirit die, the more you will be able to be open and vulnerable, not just with this person, but with life in general, and realize like, it is safe for me to be open in the world. Like I can protect myself and be open and vulnerable. And the more you do that, the more you will be like, I'm like, you're so badass, pile 3. I don't think you realize it. And I think you're like, thanks, ASO, but I wish I wasn't. And I get that. But, you know, it takes a very special soul to be able to take on the things that you've taken on in this lifetime. And I feel like this is leading to powerful growth that you don't even like realize. Like it is going to be worth it. I promise. Like, I'll just even ask, what is this death leading to? What are these transformation energies leading to? Quick, positive action, movement, travel. That travel is coming back in. And we have the Emperor on the back of the deck. So I really do feel like the more you try to control this situation and control the outcome, the less you're going to be able to create positive change or forward movement here. But the more you just focus on what is within your control, especially when it comes to yourself and your own growth, like the things you know you need to do, the things that you know you need to continue focusing on, like that is going to make things move so fast. And that's really funny because like I would say the only card that's faster than the Eight of Wands is the Knight of Swords. K-N-I-G-H-T. Oh my God. That public education is showing. The Knight of Swords is probably the only card that's faster, which I don't know. I would argue we'd have to do a race between the two of them. They're both very fast acting, but like I think that as things continue to end, like the things you know that don't serve you, like things are going to move very fast here. And there could be a very fast like move of some kind. Like I am hearing things about like moving and movement, and I think that things are far more beautiful than you realize. I think you just need to embrace the endings of what you know is weighing you down and holding you back, so you can start ascending this staircase, and you can have confidence, because like that confidence like helps attract like what you want. And I feel like no matter what your situation is with your person, what this connection is showing you is a lot more about yourself than your person. And I feel like it's also trying to show you where maybe you have been placing your the things that you need to do on your person. And I'm not saying you're doing that on purpose. It just could be the belief, well, like I need this person to come in before I feel confident enough to make an offer on this house, or you know, I need this person to be with me before I decide to make that move. Like you never know how things can unfold, and it's like maybe you need to do the thing first so that the person can come in. Like it's maybe you might have like certain ideas reversed, and you might be feeling like certain things lie in this person, your person showing up in a certain way, or the universe kind of like giving you a certain green light, but they're trying to show you like the green light is within you, it's in your heart, and you're already getting there. So like the more you continue evolving and just allowing yourself to get rid of anything that doesn't belong in this new life that you're forging for yourself, you know, the life that you envision. Because I think that's the thing, is like maybe for some of you, maybe this is even just the connection with yourself. Getting really meta here. But I feel like you're headed in a positive, beautiful direction, and it just feels like you're not, because I think there's a part of you that doesn't know what it feels like to just enjoy the fruits of your labor and enjoy success and have the universe bring what you deserve. Like I feel like there is a part of you that has felt genuinely unworthy, and you should check out my pep talk from the universe. It's the last video I posted, so that video might have some messages in there for you. Obviously you don't have to, but I feel like one of the biggest inhibitors in you moving forward is the negative expectations you project onto your future. And I want to be so like clear in saying, like, I am not sitting here being like, pile 3, like, you're just projecting negative things, and like you just need to stop it, like, just be love and light. Like, it's not that simple. Like, it is hard not to project negative expectations on the future. Like, our whole society just runs on negativity. And I think that, like, and when you've had really hard experiences in your past, it's really hard to believe that things can get better. And I think that's all the more reason why you need to hold on to that for dear fucking life. Because not only do you deserve that, but like, it's gonna feel like you're moving in molasses when you fall back into old cycles of thinking, old cycles of believing, old patterns of behavior. But you're gonna find that you move forward like faster than a fucking cheetah, like when you are making these changes. So I just feel like there's a lot of positive, beautiful things in your future, and you're creating a very sustainable future for yourself that I think also includes your person. And if that feels like, and if that, like, you just feel that truth in your heart, then you need to trust and honor that, and trust that your heart is leading you where you need to go. And it may not be A to B. It might be A to Z to F to Y to B. But that route may be the fastest route to go. And so you just have to trust the lack of logic in your heart and let your mind do the logistical things. When your heart tells you, okay, we need to go do this thing, then your mind can say, okay, what is the best way for us to do that? So like, for example, you know, if like moving is, because I keep getting that example a lot, moving, you know, your heart says, okay, we're moving, and then your mind says, okay, so let's, like, for example, if you haven't been to the place yet, let's take a trip there. Like, when would the best time to be? You know, just those logistical things. You know, allow your mind to serve your heart in ways where you're obviously not like making decisions that are reckless and destructive, but you know, you are allowing yourself to, you know, do things differently, change how you go about things, change your process, change how you're moving in the world, and allow yourself to really flourish by trusting your own inner wisdom, and recognize that like your brain is here to help serve what your heart is guiding you towards, and it's here to help, you know, think of your heart like the CEO that delegates things to your mind. Like, I want this to happen, blah, blah, blah. And then your mind says, okay, let's see how we can make that happen. And if you don't have a concrete understanding of what that is yet, then you tell your mind, okay, stay on standby. We're not quite sure what this is yet. I think we're just going to keep leading and see what happens. You know, I'm not telling you to listen to your heart without any acknowledgement of logic or your mind. I'm just saying, you know, it seems like that the mind can be much more overbearing and louder than the heart. And, you know, your mind is not meant to lead, your heart is. Because if your mind leads, you're going to be led back to dead ends and walls and blockages that you've grown beyond. And even if you are led back into them, you're just further empowering yourself to be able to get out of it and have more confidence that even if you do find yourself in that situation, you're going to get out of it far quicker, and you're probably going to prevent it even happening because you're going to recognize what instigates that in the first place. I feel like you just need to believe in yourself as much as I believe in you and the universe believes in you. And I feel like I'm definitely excited to look at what your person is going through in the extended, because like I know that like there's a lot of beautiful energy there, but I feel like Spirit was really like, listen, you know, yes, it's great to look at their person and stuff, but a lot of this stuff is about you right now. And just knowing that you're doing great, and you need to stop beating yourself up, and need to stop like believing that this is all for nothing. Because I promise you, like, and I guess I will say as well, you know, if you're doing all of this specifically just for you to have the experience that you want with this person, I do feel like that could be something that you need to heal, because you should want it for yourself. You know, that's important too. So with that being said, and I'm not saying you can't also do things because you want that with your person as well. I'm just saying, like, make sure you also want it for you, because that's important. So we have Miss MEGADECK here. If you're not leaving a like for me, you should leave a like for MEGADECK. She works very hard. She's very smart, very wise. I don't know why I'm talking like this. I really honestly, like, once I figure out how to do a transatlantic accent, it's over for you hoes. Like, I'm telling you, like, I'm gonna be full, like, talking like a 50s reporter for the rest of my life. You guys are gonna be like, oh God. Yeah, anyway, okay. Oh, wise and powerful MEGADECK. What guidance do you have for our lovely pile threes? Teamwork. I'm determined to be a good teammate in all of my relationships. If we disagree, I'll resist the urge to blame and look for a way to solve the problem together. When we're a team, everything's a game, and when we're on the same side, nobody can lose. Not even the Cubs, finally. Woof. Hey, and they won! They won! The baseball thing. World Series. I almost said Super Bowl. That shows how much, yeah, I'm a good guy at sports. I know sports things. Yeah, like, Cubs lost a whole lot, but they finally did win. And I think that this is also a reminder, too, that if you sometimes maybe wait for your person to initiate, or, like, you have fear sometimes that, like, you have fear sometimes of initiating things, or like talking about challenging things, or like having difficult conversations, I feel like remembering that like it's not you against each other, it's like you together against the problem could be really helpful. But I also think too, if you feel like it's all on you to solve and figure out everything, I think maybe allowing yourself to be more vulnerable and open yourself up to help and just people that want to give you nurturing and support, like that could be really beneficial for you. But what else, Miss MEGADECK? Yes, ideal partnership. I'm a rare and precious find, and my brilliance will be reflected back to me when I am paired with a true match. My ideal partnerships and working relationships are easy and free-flowing. I deserve greatness because I am greatness. And to paraphrase Rumi, what I'm looking for is also looking for me. In fact, he or she might be paraphrasing Rumi right now. And I feel like that's the thing, is like for some of you, you know this person is like the ideal. And for others, like, you know, a select few of you may be realizing like, I don't know what that is. But for a lot of you, I feel like it's a matter of recognizing like, I know what I want, but like the logistics of it unfolding is something that's out of my hands. So I need to trust and, you know, continue working on having that ideal partnership with myself while this unfolds. But I also think, you know, remember that there are a lot of people that get into relationships not because they've found their ideal partner, but because they are afraid, or because they are attached, or because they are worried that they will not find better, or they are focused, or they have other priorities. You know, some people don't get into partnerships because they have the deepest, truest love. They get into them because they have other priorities, like, you know, honoring cultural traditions, or, I mean, and not saying that honoring traditions doesn't mean you can't find your true love through that, but like, you know, there are people that marry for, I mean, marriage used to be a business transaction way back when. So, you know, the fact that we have the gift to choose for ourselves is really beautiful. And love has never been more accessible than it is right now. Like, I'm rereading the letters of Abelard and Heloise, and I'm just like, damn, like, we are so lucky to live in the time that we do right now. Like, you know, yes, we've got a lot to improve upon, but, you know, for the vast majority of recorded history, things have been horrible. And they still are in plenty of ways. There's a lot of work we got to do. But when you have opportunities to seize love, to seize experiences, to wait and trust for what is true for you, and I'm not saying waiting as in like holding your life back, but at the very least, you have the gift of being choosy. Don't beat yourself up for that. Not everyone has the courage to follow their own path, or wait until they find someone that is truly meant for them. And I feel like with you and this person, like, you may know like they are the person for you, and so you have to go through these challenges together, or experience these challenges until you're able to come together. And I feel like, you know, if that is worth it for you, like truly ask in your heart, like, would I rather see this situation through, or, you know, do something else? And I'm not saying that like you're in that situation, but if you are meant to let go of this, your heart will do that. Like, and so if your heart keeps leading you back to this, there's a reason for that, and you should honor that. But like, you will know when this situation no longer serves you, because your heart will release it. Does that make sense? But I feel like if you feel that with this person, I feel like they feel the same, and that's why like you both kind of feel trapped in this situation where it's like, you know, things may not be where we want them to be, but it's like there's a reason why we keep coming back to each other. And, You know, my parents have been married, I say this a lot, but my parents have been married for over 30 years, and they always say, when you know, you know, and they have a very beautiful relationship. And like, my dad treats my mom like a queen, and as he should. And you know, it's really beautiful. Like, I know that true love exists because of my parents, and I know that not everybody has that experience, and I'm incredibly blessed to have that experience. Like, I was raised in an environment where, you know, we may not always get along, we may not always agree, but we love each other unconditionally, and unconditional love is the foundation of my family. And so, you know, if it wasn't the foundation of yours, there is more work to do in forging that for yourself. And even then, as someone who was raised in it, it's still not my foundation. I still have things to work through around that. You know what I mean? Like, it's not something that's always the easiest to cultivate, especially on an individual level. But I promise you it's worth it, and I promise you it's real. And I promise you, like, your heart would not lie to you. Your heart would not lead you astray. And even if your heart isn't leading you to what you expect, it'll be better than what you imagine. And I think that you need to let go of expectations so that you can really let the universe do its work. And I feel like that's the thing too, is I feel like you think it's all on you to do everything yourself, when in reality, the universe has a lot of tricks up their sleeves. And I'm hearing Time After Time by Cyndi Lauper. Bop. Okay, what else, Miss Megadeck? Levity. Laughter is the best legal medicine. It's also free. And take that, Big Pharma. And it looks like it's time for you to take a sweet, sweet hit of it. When someone annoys you or a plan goes awry, try finding something funny in there. And if you ever feel like the butt of the joke, remember that the only difference between someone laughing at you and someone laughing with you is in the first version, you're not laughing. You always have the option, so opt to lighten up. It's legal in almost 200 countries. Okay, what else, Miss Megadeck? What final guidance do you have for pile 3? Yeah, this is important. Oh, you guys got two more. No scorekeeping. I cut ties with past conflicts and make my personal life a clean, shiny slate. Beginning this moment, everything is new, including you. When an old grievance repeats itself in my head, I introduce it to my new head tenants: tolerance and equanimity. Then I give it its stupid t-shirts and records back and tell it to leave. And we also have tact. I speak and act with care, remembering that impulsive words or a harsh tone can sometimes hurt others. If it feels like I'm walking on eggshells, I'll remind myself that those eggshells might actually be a shop full of china, and I might actually be a bowl. Then I'll remind myself to stop mixing my metaphors. More than anything, pile 3, I feel like just more than anything, like, everything is going great, and you know your situation better than I do. You know your truth better than I do, and you need to start trusting it, because if you don't trust in it, how is it going to get anywhere? You've already gotten this far, and you're at a beautiful, positive new beginning, and I feel like things are just going to keep getting better, and any like setbacks or stumbles you have are just going to be like further fuel for you to be like, it's fine. Like I feel like you're just gonna keep running faster and faster, and it's like you're gonna start realizing, like, oh my God, like, you're so powerful, and I just can't wait for you to continue to see that, and also recognize that, like, your heart has a wisdom that you can only trust by following its madness and seeing where it leads you. And I can't wait to find out. Well, if you want to tell me at some point where it leads you, I would love to know. But I know that everything is going to be better than okay. It's going to be great. You're doing great. And I'm really genuinely so proud of all the work that you've done. And I just hope that you continue to project a positive future for yourself that is full of love and abundance and respect and beautiful moments, because you deserve nothing less. And that's what the universe not only wants to bring you, but that's what your heart knows you're worthy of, and that's what it's leading you to. And I think for a lot of you, it's leading you to this with your person, either together or back together. And, you know, whatever challenges you are going through between the two of you, I do feel like they are, you know, being resolved, and they're helping you grow. And everything, in the words of Bob Marley, every little thing is gonna be all right. So pile 3, Three Little Birds. Yes, that is your song for sure. Pile 3, that is where I'm going to leave this reading. If you want to check out the extended, where we're going to go into a deep dive of your person's feelings, definitely check that out, because I'm excited to see But if you're leaving me here, thank you guys so much for watching, and thank you so much for letting my ads play in the background. That is one of the simplest and easiest ways to show support and appreciation for my channel, so thank you to everyone who does that. But if you would like to support in any other ways, you can like this video, you can comment down below, you can subscribe if you haven't already, you can click that little notification bell to be notified whenever I upload a new reading. You can check out my merch, you can check out my social media, you can check out my that juicy ass, because that has become a part of my outro. You can check out my other videos, but I think that's it. So thank you guys so much for letting me read for you. I really hope you enjoyed this reading, and I hope it brought you peace and clarity. I hope you all have a wonderful day or night whenever it is that you're watching this video, and I hope you'll come back and see me again soon. Bye. Hi there, pile 4. Welcome to your reading, and thank you so much for being here. If you guys chose this aura-coated quartz stone and the Gentle Thrills Tarot, this is going to be your reading on what you need to know about your connection with your person. First time I'm using this deck. I believed I've used it in one extended, but other than that, you guys are the first to use this deck, so congrats. Okay, so game plan. If you want to see a full breakdown of the reading, there is one in the intro, but it is my intention that you are on the left by the candle and your person is on the right, and the connecting energies are between the two of you, of course. If the energies are flip-flopped, that's okay. If you find you resonate with both, that's also okay. That's often indicative of mirroring. Just, it's important to take what resonates, but if this does not resonate, do not force it. You can feel free to try a different pile, but you know, don't take messages that aren't yours. That'll just create more confusion and unnecessary stuff. Okay, so let's look at your energy. Oh, okay, so to start, we have the 5 of Cups, dwelling and avoidance, and we have choice. Your person's energies are the 3 of Pentacles, collaboration, competence, and rest. And then the connecting energies between the two of you are shadow magic and contract. Okay. There's a couple of different scenarios that I'm seeing here. So I'm just going to allow them to flow as they do. So if you don't hear yours immediately, hold out. But this reading is definitely for you if you're in a position right now where you're really yearning for this person, or you're a little bit disappointed with how things are turning out or the timing of things. It seems like for whatever reason, you are unable to connect with your person as much as you would like to. And it seems like you're kind of oscillating between like being really stuck in like the sadness or disappointment of what you don't have right now or what isn't happening between you and this person. But then also on top of it, creating maybe confusion for yourself where you're trying to like do what you're trying to stay aligned with what is true for you and what is most authentic for you. But I think that there is a lot of maybe confusion around what you should be doing and what's really happening. What is all this about? I guess a couple of scenarios I'm seeing, like one is that, you know, with this contract, you and this person have some kind of soul contract. If you are not with them, it seems like, you know, despite whatever has transpired, there is like, even though there is momentum or has been momentum, it seems like there hasn't been any in the recent past. And it just seems like maybe you're dwelling in like kind of the sadness and disappointment of things not being where you want them to be, but also, you know, maybe fear as well of, well, what if I'm making the wrong choice? Like, what if I'm doing the wrong thing? And for some of you, I may even feel like you're kind of trying to decide based on what your person is doing, and that's creating more confusion. For some of you, like if you are married to this person or in a relationship with this person, it could be that there is some sort of hard thing. Well, it could be a hard thing. I'm sorry, my mind is so dirty. There could be like a challenge, like for example, maybe long distance, maybe maybe your person is having to work a lot, maybe they are unable to be available. If you're not in a relationship with this person, they could be really focused on work, and even though there is focus and intention, like I feel like no matter what, this person has at the very least implied or made it clear to you that they see you as something special, as they see you as something worthy as investing in. But if you and your person are single, it seems like their love life is kind of on the back burner right now. Like they're really focused on their work, but that doesn't mean that they don't see like the value in you. It just may be that like they don't have the time, energy, and resources right now to devote to you in the way that they would, and that's why they're working. And so for you, it might be the situation where it's like you understand why that is the case, but that doesn't change the fact that you're still sad that they can't be here now, that you can't do more now. And like, oh my God, like pile 4, I literally just like want to take you and like hold you in my arms and just like tell you it's gonna be okay. Like, I'm so sorry that you're feeling this way, and oh, I just like want to kiss your forehead and like give you candy and just tell you like it's gonna be okay. Like, I know it sucks and I know it's hard, but I definitely think that this feeling of disappointment and sadness is creating a lot of doubt. If I'm being honest, I feel like your person is very solid. If you're in a relationship with them, I would be shocked if they haven't, if there isn't an understanding and an agreement of like, I have to dedicate more time and energy to this. Like, for example, your person could do something like they could be deployed in the military, so they could be, you know, overseas, and even though you're together, it's still really hard to be far apart. Or they could have a job where like oil rigging, or, you know, like being a fisherman, for example. Like those are just, they don't have to be that, but like those are examples that I'm getting of, you know, jobs where someone has to leave for long periods of time because of, you know, those obligations, and because it's not like a regular thing, they're just unable to be as available. So like that's an example I'm getting, but it doesn't have to be something like that. It's clear they're dedicating a lot of time and energy to creating a more solid foundation, and they are certainly not stressed about how they feel about you, in the sense that like they feel quite solid in either, if you're already with them, like the fact that they love you, choose you, like this is their commitment. There could be some disappointment in the fact that they can't like show up more or can't be present with you or your family more if you guys have a family together. But if you, both of you are single, and this is a situation where like, you know, you have a connection with this person, or, you know, these are like you guys have been seeing each other and it seems like it's headed in a favorable direction. It could be like this person, things at work have caught up with them and like they are just needing more time to rest. Whereas with you, I feel like there is just this doubt and uncertainty in your heart and in yourself around like, am I doing the right thing? I don't want to screw myself over. Like, I'm afraid. And I feel like if you're in like a bound commitment with them, like, you know, a relationship, a marriage, something like that, I do feel like this 5 of Cups is around just like the sadness and disappointment around just being unable to spend more time together, just being in this current situation. And then also the fact that like it can maybe hard for you sometimes to like look at the bright side of things, to like enjoy and appreciate what's here, or to choose the things that are positive and productive for you, because sometimes like it may just be overwhelming and disappointing. But then also maybe dwelling in those energies creates a lot more fear and creates worry. One specific message that I'm getting is if you've been reading a lot of stuff like, or watching stuff like online, like Reddit or TikTok or things like that, about like people who have had like dishonest spouses or partners, or like people that are cheating and stuff like that, I would be very careful about consuming that sort of content, because it could be creating fear that isn't there. I definitely feel like if you're in a committed relationship with your person, like when they say like they're going to bed, they're going to bed. Sure, they might get up and scroll for a second, but like they're going to bed. Like this person is quite grounded and focused on what they're trying to build. And I do think that they could be a part of a team or part of something bigger than themselves that, you know, requires them to make certain sacrifices that they're hoping will pay off in the future for not just, you know, themselves, but for you as well. But if you are not in a like committed relationship with them, and this is more of a connection, if this is like a spiritual connection or a connection that has been building, it seems like there is some sort of like soul contract here that's like bringing you back to one another, or there's like a tie to each other that I do feel like is creating a lot of fear within you, because it's like you're wanting to trust what's in your heart, but like, yeah, but what if that isn't the case? What if that isn't true? And the shadow magic thing is really telling me that fears are being exacerbated here, and your person might be kind of frustrated that, like, if you're in the group where you're in a committed relationship with this person, they might be frustrated that they are just unable to give you more time, energy, reassurance, but because they really are needing to like rest and, you know, just invest their energy in this. But if you know, you're not in a relationship, but like you guys are seemingly headed in a solid direction, like I do want to say, like, this person sees you as something very valuable and as someone very valuable and very special, but they are also not going to sideline their own goals and dreams in order to, you know, usher this in, especially when they're not ready. And I feel like if you're in that camp where you're not in a committed relationship with them, but like, you know, your heart is in this, like, you could be exploring other options and just seeing like, this is not what I want, like, and you may like go back and forth between being like, you know, that I want to just continue seeing where this situation is, like I'll keep my options open. But it seems like even in doing that, there might be some guilt and some like, why am I doing this? Is it because I feel like I need to, or is it because I'm afraid that I'll miss out on something if I don't? Or like there's this real energy in you that I completely understand, where it's like, I don't want to look stupid. I don't want to invest my time and energy into something and then find out like I was wasting it or I was foolish. And I really think that is like a key that you want to look at, because like, is it foolish to invest time and energy into what your heart cares about? I think part of the issue here is the fact that you may be feeding the fear a lot with the shadow magic here, and allowing, you know, a lack of understanding or a lack of like details or information to forge a story that really scares you and casts doubt and fear into your heart. I feel like there is a part of you that comes back to, well, this is the situation I choose. Like, this is the situation my heart wants. And like, you know, the heart wants what the heart wants. And I don't think that there is anything wrong with that. I do think that society thinks that there's something wrong with that, because we are so conditioned to believe that we should just be, you know, moving on to the next best thing, or just always, there's a lot of like beliefs, egoic beliefs around dating and around seeing other people, and, you know, and that can be helpful for some people, but, you know, it may just make things more challenging for you if, you know, you're doing it to avoid the fact that you're sad that this situation hasn't progressed. Or, you know, you could also be investing a lot of your time and energy into, you know, how this person shows up, or what is happening or what isn't happening, and that's causing you to like neglect yourself at the same time. Like, I feel like you're almost like you're connecting with your higher self here. Like, I see these two eyes as like, these are your human self eyes, and these are your higher self eyes, and like, you know what you truly want, and like, you know what's in your heart. And even though you can't predict the future, I do feel like you know that you want to pursue that, but that doubt creeps in, that fear creeps in, and that also like, yeah, but what if I end up looking stupid? Like, what if something happens? And I'm just feeling this heavy energy here. Like, there is a deeper, whether you are with this person or not, there seems to be a deeper commitment underlying things, like whether that is like a soul contract that you and this person both agreed upon before you came here. And it also could be like, if this person is tied to their work, it could be that, you know that their lack of, their inability to show up as much as you would like them to, or their inability to show up at all, is not because of, you know, their lack of interest in you. It's because of what they are currently tied to, which could be like a legal contract. It could also be as well, like, you know, maybe they are getting out of a complex situation. It seems like there are external barriers, or there's either external barriers created by agreements or contracts, or there is some sort of soul contract that keeps your heart and soul kind of tied to this person in this situation, that it seems like you're not going to be able to release until your heart is ready to do so. Not saying that you would release this in general, but like, if you were to, you know, soul contracts can be different. I feel like you're just in this energy where you are dealing with the realities of, it's hard to love and care for someone and yearn for someone and not be able to have them close to you. Like, that's such a mood, dude. And like, I get that like those feelings are valid as fuck, but what you do with them may or may not be. And I think there is a part of you that has maybe been feeding into your own fears, because there is this self-sabotaging energy in you, and I want you to be aware of it, because it's not the true you. It is the production of, well, it is a creation that has come from past disappointments, past wounds, and also the shit that society projects onto loving relationships, happy relationships, love in general. Like, if you see, like, there's kind of a trope, like, on Reddit, for example, like, you know, where people ask about, like, relationship advice, and, like, everyone, like, no matter what it is, like, break up, divorce, break up, they're cheating, break up, divorce. And, like, there is just this projection of negative expectations from society on relationships in general. And that would affect anyone. And when you're already in a vulnerable position where, you know, you're dealing with the heartache of missing and yearning for someone, like, yeah, that's going to affect you more deeply and alter your decisions. And so I definitely feel like right now it's a lot easier for you to see what isn't working, what is disappointing, what is a bummer, rather than what the potential is here or what truly is here. Like, for example, you know, if you're already in a relationship with this person, like, there is a loving, caring connection between the two of you, and the circumstances that are, you know, separating you right now, like, is certainly unfortunate, but it's not something that will last forever. But also, if you are not in a relationship with this person and you are unable to be together at this time, or unable to progress the relationship, or this person is unavailable, you know, not only is that an opportunity for deeper communion with yourself and the opportunity to, like, work on yourself in ways that just bring you more peace and healing, and just help you have the opportunity, rather than to drown in the pits of suffering, which, like, you are allowed to do, and I'm not saying that you shouldn't do that at all, but when you are ready not to, you know, to really hold yourself and connect with yourself in ways where you can tell yourself, you know, I may not be able to change the situation, but I can change how I support myself through it. And I definitely feel like you're just kind of in this position where you don't know what to do. And I think maybe one of the best things to do right now is nothing, and be kind to yourself and gentle with yourself and honor your emotions rather than avoid them. Maybe there is a part of you that has been, like, if you're not in a relationship with this person, like, that has been looking for external distractions and, like, trying to like, it's like you're trying to keep yourself in the best position possible, but in doing so, it's almost like you're making decisions that further reiterate the idea that it just makes you long and miss this person more, and also just like creates more doubt and confusion, and wondering, like, what is right for you and what is true for you. And those two things can only be answered by you, unfortunately. I mean, other people can give you guidance. Hello, hi, thank you for trusting me. But ultimately, you know, what you choose to do in this situation comes down to what you choose and what's in your heart. And I think that what you may be feeling like is happening, like everything is imploding, like things will never get better, or they'll never be less busy, or it's going to be so long till I see them next, or whatever it may be. Like, there's still two upright cups, this Two of Cups. There is still the opportunity for union, communion, connection, love, harmony. And, you know, and I feel like if you're already in a relationship, you know that, but it's just hard to deal with, like, the distance and, like, or the, if it's not distance, then just, like, the inability to be together and connect as often as you would like to. And if you're not with this person, then, you know, the unknowing that comes with things being in the air, you know, the challenges that can come with your heart being in one place and your mind being in another, and your fears telling you one thing and love telling you another, you know, that's a lot. And I think when you're at a particularly, like, emotionally vulnerable place, it can be really easy to feed the fear and feed those things. And so I feel like you're kind of in this position where I think you came to the right reading, and I'm glad you're here, because, like, I think that your fears are creating illusions that are then causing you to make choices that don't honor what is true for you. And like, here's the thing, I'm not saying like, especially if you're not in a relationship with this person, you don't have to like not see anyone. You don't have to be like a solitary monk on a mountain. Like, you can absolutely do whatever you want, especially if there is no agreement. But you may feel pressure like you should or you have to, and maybe that's not the thing that honors your heart. Maybe it would be better for you. And you have to ask yourself that. I don't know that. But you may find it is better for you to just kind of take time, and maybe sometimes you need to be more solitary, or just need to, you know, honor your feelings and not try to suppress them. You know, a lot of guidance in regular life just encourages us to repress and suppress our feelings. Like, what's that quote? The best way to get over someone is to get under someone else. Like, that advice could work, but, you know, I feel like if you're trying to get over someone that your heart has no intention of letting go of, why are you trying to do that? Like, wouldn't it be better to sit with what's here and see what that leads to? Because maybe it does lead to getting over something, or maybe it leads to a deeper appreciation and understanding of where this journey is taking you. Only you will know that, and I can't be the one that tells you that for you. But what I do know is that things are not as dire and bad as they feel, and I would be really careful about indulging in things in media, especially, that confirms your fears and causes you to not only not trust your heart, but not trust the situation and not trust your person. Because I feel like your person is very solid in the sense that, like, it's like, yeah, like pile 4, they're incredible. And if they're already with you, it's like, yeah, I love them. I wish I could spend more time with them. I wish I could be there more often. And if they're not with you, it's like, yeah, pile 4 is an incredible person and definitely someone worthy of investing in. And I really want to keep getting my work done and keep growing here and do what I need to do to reach whatever next level they need to, or reach the end of what they're focused on, so that then they can devote more time and energy to you. But I do feel like this person, like your person, has a really healthy, like, they're not stressing the way that you are. And if anything, they may not even have the energy to stress. It may be stressful and frustrating to know that, like, they are unable to provide more reassurance and comfort. But I feel like if you're not in a committed relationship with them, they may not even know that, like, you're yearning for them this deeply, or that you are struggling this much. And I feel like, and whether you tell them or not, like, that's up to you. But I feel like, you know, it would certainly make them sad to know that you miss them that much. Like, their absence, in whatever way they are absent from your life currently, is not a personal thing on your end. It's not personal about you. It's personal to them and what they've agreed to, or what they have to focus on. But this is not forever. This is an energy that is building. And I also feel like, you know, your person is needing just more time and energy and resources to dedicate to whatever it is that they're working on. But that doesn't mean that they're down and out, or they're, you know, out messing around or doing things like that, or just playing you or things like that. Like, whatever they've told you, they say what they mean and mean what they say. And that might be challenging for you to trust, especially if you do have issues around trust. But I think that can be a very powerful form of love, where we choose to trust someone even when, you know, we don't have the, you know, the ability or information to know whether they are trustworthy or not. And honestly, and you don't have to, but I do think that, like, trust can be a powerful form of love. And I think that, you know, this also kind of extends to yourself, where I feel like you maybe don't trust your inner yearnings and your feelings and which I guess, like, feelings too aren't always the truth. Like, you know, our feelings of fear can create perceptions that are not reality. And I think that is definitely being highlighted here. But I would say, if anything, the way that this fear energy is manifesting in your person, they don't have any fears around, like, you. They have fears around not being able to show up for you, or fears around, like, whatever they're working on failing or not working, and it keeping them from you longer, or keeping them from you, period. Like, that's where their fears lie. But I think that your fears lie in things not working out, and things like being too good to be true, or you kind of following this path that ends up, and being a waste of time, which there is no such thing. And also, I feel like you're definitely looking at the glass half empty right now, which is fine and understandable. But I can tell you in your heart you don't want to be there. You may need to move through the emotional cycles of whatever is happening right now. But I know in your heart, like, I think it's creating more pain to deny and invalidate what you're experiencing and pretend like it's not there, rather than surrender to the feelings you have and honor that. Like, it's not fun to yearn and miss someone and be sad that they're not there, but the fact that it is there just shows like the depth of your care for them and your love for them, and that is a beautiful thing. And that is something that you deserve to honor, even if other people can't understand it. And especially if you are subscribing to this idea, well, you should be subscribed to me, but I'll give you a second to do that if you haven't. Thank you, good choice. Unless you chose not to. Not the best choice you could have made, but it's okay. I'll forgive you. Anyway, it does just seem like you could be subscribing to ideas that don't even align with the type of person you are, or don't align with your heart, but you may be like giving them more agency in your decisions than you normally would, just because you're at a vulnerable point right now. And so I think, like, if you need someone to give you permission to let go of guidance and ideas and expectations that don't serve you, like, here's your permission card. Here's your permission slip. You hereby have permission to not adhere or listen to anything that doesn't feel right or true for you. Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and get into the tarot now. But while I am shuffling, I do want to say, in the extended, we are going to be doing a deep dive in your person's feelings. So we're just going to be connecting entirely to your person. So this could be a good way to connect with them and, help maybe soothe. Well, hopefully the questions here will help soothe a lot of what's in your heart. But also, if you're really missing them and want to connect with them, that could be, the extended might be a good idea for you. We're going to look at like how they're viewing you, how they're viewing the connection, thoughts, feelings, intentions, actions. We'll get channel messages and further guidance. They've all been really fun so far and really enjoyable. So shout out to anyone who comes to visit me over there, because we have a great time. But if not, I'm just grateful that you're here. And I'm grateful that you are sticking around for these messages, because I definitely think they will be beneficial for you. Right. I am not shuffling very well. Let's just give it one more good. Okay, so we're going to start by asking the question of the reading, which is, Spirit, what does pile 4 need to know about their connection with their person at this time? Yeah. Can we clarify that? What is this death about? So I definitely think that what you need to know most about this connection is that it is evolving right now. And there is an ending of the way things have been. And that, likely for a lot of you, is actually a good thing, not a bad thing. But for those of you who are in a relationship with this person and they are at a distance, I feel like this death card is talking about the fact that, like, there has been an ending of a routine that you were happy and comfortable with, and that's understandable. But I feel like this connection right now, for all of you, is showing you where you're ready to grow and evolve, and also change your mindset around certain things. I feel like you are learning to find more balance personally, and I feel like this connection is challenging you to find more emotional balance and also balance in your material world. It seems like also the fact that we have this 2 of Pentacles here and your person is the 3 of Pentacles, I feel like there is an ending to what you need to know most about this connection is that it is exposing your fears around loss and endings, and also exposing to you what unresolved fears and wounds are lingering in your subconscious. especially with this Two of Pentacles being here, it seems like you're trying to stay balanced whilst ignoring like really intense, deep processes that you're going through. And actually, what I would say as well is that I feel like this death energy goes beyond like this person, like in your connection with them. I feel like you're undergoing like a deep process of transformation right now, and in like a deep cycle of metamorphosis, and you're changing how you view the world, what your priorities are. And I feel like one thing that you're releasing is a mentality of lack. And not only a mentality of lack, but a belief around where, like, how worthy you are of things. And by that, I mean, like, it seems like you've settled for less than what you've accepted before, or you're just changing your priorities and focusing more on your worth. I feel like this connection is pushing you to evolve and to let go of what isn't serving you. You know, that's what death is often about, is, you know, endings that create beginnings. And I don't really think this ending is related to this. Well, I mean, okay, one specific example that I guess now that I'm looking at it, like, could be here is if you and this person are ending your relationship, and it seems like they are focused very much on themselves and building, like, if this is some sort of divorce-esque thing, but that would already be like happening and you would already be in this process. Then like what you need to know about this connection is, like, as it is ending, it is creating not only more balance in your life, but the opportunity for more growth. But I don't think that that is, if that is for you, that's there. But for the vast majority of you, if you're like, if your butt started clenching as soon as I said that, and like you started getting even more fearful, and that isn't even relevant to your situation, that's not your message, don't take it. Especially if your butt clenches, that means that is totally not your message. But I definitely think that no matter what, this connection is one that is transformative in nature. And it's not one of those relationships where everything is easy breezy beautiful all the time. And I don't think there is such thing as a relationship that is easy breezy beautiful, but I think that there are, you know, like, for example, really loving, happy relationships where neither person is necessarily forced to grow. It's like, you know, you both may grow over time, but it's more like it's a more gradual process, and it's more like the both, like the two people, you know, create a dynamic that works for them, and that is like solid and consistent, rather than transformative. Like, I feel like some relationships require a lot of transformation and evolution and growth, and others are just kind of more like gentle, but they can often be more stagnant in terms of like personal growth and evolution. And that's me generalizing. That's not the case for everything. Like, you can have a gentle, loving connection and still be transformative. And I'm not saying this connection isn't gentle and loving, but I do think that what this connection is trying to show you is where your fear of loss is causing you to lose sight of what's important, and also where you are ready to grow and change and look at things differently. Not only look at things differently, but be different. You are evolving into a different person, one that is more confident, one that is more secure, more balanced, and also one that doesn't put other people in front of themselves anymore. And I feel like, you know, one of the things that this connection is showing you right now is where maybe you are denying yourself your own power and your own agency, because you are focused on, well, what is this person doing? How are they showing up? Do they still feel the same way? Because, like, what if they don't? Like, what do I do then? Like, and it's not only causing you to miss the point, but it's also taking your power away, because you're not thinking about, well, what do I want? What do I care about? And what am I willing to let go of in order to embrace more of? So, like, for example, you know, this may be this connection. What you may need to know about this connection is that as it requires an ending of fears, it requires you to look honestly at shadows, at doubts, at fears that, you know, are not serving you. But also, I really want to look at what the guidebook for this deck is remarkably simple. And so I want to see what terms the author chose for both of these cards, and see if they hold some relevance, rather than me just like, oh, huh, Pile 4, guess what? There are 2 cards on the floor. There are 2 cards on the floor, and the first one was upright, and it's the 10 of Cups, and the other is the Queen of Swords. You know what this, I mean, we can look at this. No, we don't. You know why I was told to look at this? Because I wouldn't have seen those cards on the floor. I didn't even realize they fell down. But this is the Gentle Thrills Tarot if you wanted to see what it looked like. But this was literally, it was on the ground like this, and I didn't even realize they were on the floor. This is an ending to you selling yourself short and also allowing your mind to create fear and lack, and also create division and separation. Like, there is genuine loving fulfillment here, and I feel you know that in your heart. And like the fact that the 5 of Cups is here, it's like, yeah, it's because half of your heart isn't with you right now, but that doesn't mean that you can't continue to expand and grow in that process. I feel like you are headed towards genuine loving fulfillment, and a lot of people don't experience that in their life because they are unwilling to do what it takes to let go of, you know, the things that make them miserable, the things that make them feel trapped. And, you know, that's not a judgment on them. Like, it is challenging, it is hard, but a lot of times people don't even know that, like, they can choose differently and that they can change. And I feel like this Queen of Swords is speaking to how, once again, your mind denies your heart, and your mind does it in ways where you're trying to keep yourself safe, but in doing so, you're actually in danger, like, you're creating danger in the sense of, like, making choices that don't honor this connection. And, like, you know, I don't think that, like, you could, the only way, like, this situation could truly end is, I think, if you, like, choose to truly sever it and never be involved with it. But I think you know that, like, one thing that you need to know is that there is genuine love and happiness here, and to not let, like, honestly, the misery of others and the negative projections and expectations of others to cloud your judgment and put fear in your heart. It is absolutely okay, natural, and normal to have doubts, have uncertainties, and think logically, but you can't do that at the expense of what sets your heart on fire. And I also feel like with this Death card, what you need to know most about this connection is what is dying, what you are losing, and the experience that you're currently going through right now is bringing you this 10 of Cups and helping you find joy outside of just how this person shows up. And I'm not saying, like, that you do that, but you know, it could be that at times, like, the heartache and yearning for them is so intense that it is hard to enjoy other things, and that might create, like, doubt or bitterness or frustration, and it might lead to your mind coming to conclusions that aren't the truth and that are blinding you from the light. You know, this 2 of Pentacles is so focused on only, like, they can only focus on what they can see, especially in the material. So it's like you might be taking things like, oh, well, that they haven't been talking to me as much. Well, yeah, because they're sleeping and working. I remember my sophomore year of college, I moved into, I had a random roommate, and 2 days into being roommates, she was already going to everyone in the dorm talking shit about me, saying all she does is sleep and work. And yeah, that was true. I worked as well as going to school, and I worked a lot. And when I was not working, my ass was fucking sleeping. And apparently that she was really offended by that for whatever reason. And I don't know why I needed to mention that, but it, you know, it's just one of those things where it's like, man, like, some people are just fucking mean. And, like, that was an example of someone who's just mean. And, you know, that meanness is not the truth. Like, I'm not an asshole for sleeping and working. Like, and I'm not the one going around talking shit about myself for doing so. And I feel like in your case, like, I feel like that example is coming up because there may be people that are like, that almost like want you to give up on your situation or give up on what your heart wants because they want their own assumptions about love to be confirmed. And they like, you know, the phrase misery loves company. It's like they want you to be in the same boat as them. And I feel like Spirit is saying no. Like, especially if that doesn't resonate with your heart, like, you can love someone but also recognize that, like for example, maybe this is someone you love and care about, maybe this is a friend, maybe this is a family member, or maybe this is even like yourself, like an aspect of self that is really trying to sabotage what's in your heart and steal your joy. And I feel like Spirit is saying, like, one thing you need to know about this connection is it will require you to face energies like this in order to get to what sets your heart on fire, you know? A lot of times, like, people who are incapable of feeling, you know, the joy and fulfillment that comes with the 10 of Cups, which is like literally just like complete satisfaction and joy. It's like those beautiful moments of connection, which I'm sure you've had with this person, where it's just like nothing is out of place. This moment is perfect. I don't want to be anywhere other than here with you. Like, some people have never experienced that, and others believe they're not worthy of it or are jealous of others having experienced it because they don't get to. And, you know, if you're not careful, you could really let someone, you know, rain on your parade. And I think even if you do let them, you know, after rain comes the rainbow, right? But I think that what you need to know about this connection is the things that aren't feeding what's in your heart and feeding like what's true for you. Because this connection is not only about, you know, you and your person, it's also about you and your heart. And I feel like one thing that is coming to your attention right now is the fact that your heartache matters, and the fact that heartache doesn't necessarily mean you have to do something about it, especially something egoic about it, the way that some people may believe you do. And maybe they have good intentions in saying that. I'm not saying that they don't, but it's really not fair to you to self-sabotage out of a fear of getting hurt, because then you're just hurting yourself no matter what. I definitely think that there is a need for you to see beyond the material, see beyond, you know, what people are telling you or what you're seeing at face value, and trust what's actually true for you. And also trust that you're moving through a cycle of transformation where I think as you move through it, you will become a lot more confident in what your heart is telling you and realize, everything is fine. Like, I'm seeing this old Adult Swim, like sketch in my head where this giraffe gets stuck in quicksand and goes through like the 5 stages of grief, and then he ends up hitting the bottom of the quicksand, and so like he doesn't die, and he like thinks he's gonna die the whole time. I mean, he is still stuck in the quicksand, but in my mind, in canon, the giraffe gets rescued and he's okay. But we don't see after that. But at the very least, like, it wasn't over for him, you know? He thought it was over for him, but it wasn't. And I feel like in this case, you're kind of dealing with that. It's like you're grieving a death that hasn't happened because you are focusing on what has been and what you're afraid will be based on evidence that... What is fear? False evidence appearing real, in the words of my father. Well, I'm sure my father got it from somewhere, but that's what my dad says to me all the time. And that's what my dad would say to you too. And he would also tell you, you know, my dad's in a very loving relationship with my mom, and they have been, you know, for over 30 years. And, you know, when your heart knows, your heart knows. And that's what they tell me too. When you know, you know. And it's okay if you don't know, but trust that you will when you do. And if you do know, trust that knowing. And give yourself more agency, because the people that think they know and that are telling you what they think they don't know, if anything, they want you to confirm the fears that they have around their own insecurities and wounds around love, and they're likely projecting them. I definitely think that what you need to know about this connection is that you can trust what's in your heart, and trust that the emotions you're flowing through could partially be created by fears that people are feeding, and that you may also be feeding as well. And you may be creating more pain for yourself by denying the reality of what you feel, and also creating more pain for yourself by taking actions that don't actually align with you. And one thing that you need to know about this connection is that there is genuine fulfillment here, and you're not crazy for, you know, holding this person in your heart. And obviously, you know, if you're already in a commitment with them, like, it's not crazy to do that. But if you're not in a commitment with them, I can understand why it feels like it is. But I feel like you can trust what you feel to be true. And, you know, you've got to stop giving people outside of you more agency than and their opinions more agency than what your truth is. Because a lot of times people can't understand your situation and don't know your situation. They're understanding it from their perspective, not yours. And even if they have your best interests at heart, it may not be what's best for you. So speaking of fears, let's address them. So pile for Spirit, what do they need to know about their fears when it comes to this connection? What guidance do you have for them when it comes to dealing with their fears? Yeah. This is about choosing love, like, and also the fact that you're not crazy and feeling like there is love here. There is love here. I feel like your person is very solid on that. I feel like you're the one that goes back and forth, and I understand why that is. You know, when we're hurt or we're afraid of being hurt, it can create a lot of doubt and fear. Like that shadow magic is created, like the shadow magic card literally just talks about fear creating distortions and illusions that make things scarier and worse than they actually are. And I feel like what Spirit is saying is that the way through this situation is to choose love, and to first choose what is loving towards you, and then let that follow. Because, like, let's be clear, unconditional love is not unconditional if it doesn't extend to you. And unconditional love never says stay in a situation where you're not being treated well, or stay in a situation where, you know, it's not serving you. Unconditional love is first and foremost extended towards you, and then it helps. And what is unconditionally loving is not always what other people will want or be happy about, but that's why it's so important to honor what's in your heart. Because would you rather see something through till you know the truth, or know what it is, and choose to trust? Or would you rather, you know, make a decision based on uncertainty and fear and end up creating a situation that doesn't honor your heart and takes you further away from what your heart truly wants? Love and fear kind of go hand in hand, you know? They are polarities of one another. And a lot of people say it's not love, like it's not fear, it's hate. But what is hate at its root? It's fear. Like a lot of things really underneath them are just fear. Judgment is fear. Criticism is fear. And people might not think it's that, but like more often than not, maybe not in every single case, but in a lot of cases, there's some underlying thing going on that's a lot more about the person than it is about you. And the Lovers is about a choice. And I feel like Spirit is saying you have to choose love over fear, especially when it comes to yourself, and especially when it comes to what you choose to commit to. And I feel like, you know, if you feel like if you are not in a commitment with this person yet, like, you have to choose to commit to what the love that's in your heart and where that leads you. And if you are in a commitment with this person, you have to trust that, like, you guys made this commitment for a reason. You guys genuinely love each other. And yes, it's scary and hard sometimes to be apart, or, you know, to have these fears and these worries, but that doesn't mean that they're true, and that doesn't mean they'll happen to you. I definitely think that Spirit is really just encouraging you to choose love, and to trust in the greater divinity of this connection, the greater divinity in yourself, and the wisdom your heart has for you. You know, if you are doing something out of, like, you just really need to look at the motives of your intentions, and whether they are stemming from a place of fear or a place of love. Because the more you take action from a place of love, the less fear will be able to distort your reality and cause you to make decisions that cause you to fall further off balance. You know, you really can't take what is on the surface as the truth here. Like, at least in terms of, like, aside from your person explicitly saying, like, hey, I'm not going to be able to talk as much because of XYZ, or like, hey, like, I really see something special here, but like, I am unable to invest in that right now, you know, XYZ. Like, you can trust that, but what I'm saying is like, what isn't there? Like, so for example, oh, well, they're not texting you all the time. Well, they're clearly texting someone else. Like, newsflash, a lot of people aren't on their phones all day. Like, some people are, but some people aren't. And like, you know, people have so many different forms of communication, and people are genuinely different. And more often than not, there can be a little birdie in your ear, you know, from someone who is projecting their own fears and their own wounds onto you, and they're coming from a place of fear, and they're distorting your ability to see from a place of love. And so Spirit is really saying, you know, your fears are not the truth. Love is, and you know that. I know you know that. But, you know, it's just hard to trust in that. And I think that if you've been trying to heal trust issues, start by trusting in what your heart and intuition have been telling you, and what, you know, the truth that you continue to return to even when your fears get you lost for a while. Okay, let's see what this connection is trying to show you about yourself, besides everything I've already said. Spirit, what is this connection trying to show pile 4 at this time? that you're a fucking baddie. Like, with this Empress card, like, you need more nurturing and care and gentleness towards yourself. I feel like, you know, the Empress not only knows their worth, but the Empress, I was trying to say effortlessly, but I almost said expertly, but I guess they could be both. Effortlessly and expertly attracts what they need and is nurturing and loving towards themselves. And one of the biggest things about the Empress is that she is loving. You know, this connection is trying to get you to balance your feminine energies, and that doesn't mean that you have to be a woman. And feminine energies are not about projecting like gendered ideals. Feminine energy is yin energy. It is creative, it is nourishing, it is nurturing, it is compassionate, it is restorative, it is free flowing, it is at its root loving and creative and gentle and expansive and abundant. It just started raining. I don't know if you can hear that. But what this connection is trying to show you is to see your self-worth and to stop projecting this idea that you're not worthy, that you're not good enough, that this person will wake up, that this person is just like playing with you, or because here's the thing, even if they were, an Empress would be like, wow, you know, that they might be hurt, they might be sad, but they're not going to write stories about what that means. Their response is going to be giving themselves the nurturing and compassion and grace necessary to move through any pain involved. And they're going to move forward because they know their worth. They're going to be like, wow, that's the dumbest fucking decision you ever made. Like, must suck to have poor taste and be an idiot. Like, but they probably would say it in much kinder terms. Like, like, you know, it must suck to have poor taste. They would probably stop there. But like, I'm like, yeah, they're also, like, my personal opinion, an idiot for not seeing your worth. And you're being very silly for not seeing your worth. I'm not going to call you an idiot because I think it's very easy to not see our worth. But there is this Venusian energy here where you need to open up to the sweetness of life and not believe that it can only be accessed through the arms of a lover, because it can be accessed through so many different ways. It can be accessed through the love of family, friends, pets, the beauty of nature, the beauty of creativity, you know, and the beauty of just honoring and caring for yourself. And I think there is an opportunity here for you to see where maybe you have been relying upon your person to bring you things that you could bring for yourself, and to also become aware of what you do genuinely need from your partner, or, you know, a partner. Where, you know, okay, like, this is what I can handle on my own, but like, this is what I need from someone else, you know? It's unrealistic to expect us to just like be completely self-sufficient, where we are, you know, social creatures for a reason. But, you know, there may be aspects of nourishment and rest and restoration that you've been denying yourself, and care and comfort that you've been denying yourself, because the fear has been making you feel like you're unworthy of doing that, or the fear has been causing you to avoid the emotions in the first place, and that's causing you to like not really see how you're not honoring your own self-worth. And that's the thing too, is like, you shouldn't be in a relationship if it doesn't honor your self-worth, if it isn't loving and mutually beneficial and nourishing. But this connection is trying to show you your fucking worth, and the fact that, you know, you don't have to control this situation, and you also don't have to know that how things will unfold. You just have to trust that things have already been set in motion, things are already being created. And when you are depleted or off balance or stressed or struggling, that is not the time for you to draw conclusions about what's happening. That is the time for you to take a step back from analysis and step into care and nurturing for yourself, and, you know, put that off to the side until it's ready to be addressed, or at the very least let go of it until, ooh, it's raining hard, quite hard, until you can, you know, look at things from a more balanced and loving perspective, not only towards yourself, but towards this person. I feel like, you know, this is the time for you to just care for yourself and be gentle with yourself. And I feel like that's what your person wants for you as well. And I feel like this connection is trying to get you to see your worth and help you come into balance in your own personal self-love journey in a way where you no longer allow anti-life aspects of yourself to guide your decisions and guide how you operate in the world and how you care for yourself and what you accept and allow yourself to receive. I feel like there's a lot more that you're meant to receive, and part of that requires you being willing to like accept that and be open to that nurturing, be open to that care. Like if I was talking about earlier, like, oh, like I just want to hold you, and like that is Empress energy. I'm not calling myself that, but like that is the Empress is a motherly, nurturing energy, and that is what the connection is trying to show you about yourself. How can you cultivate that for yourself? And also, because that'll also help you recognize what you will accept and what you will receive from others. And for a lot of you, I feel like your person, whether you are with them or not, could really, really benefit no matter what from knowing what makes you feel loved, what makes you feel cared for, what makes you feel nurtured. And if you're used to just accepting the bare minimum and not asking for anything, part of what the Empress, is about is not being afraid to ask for what she wants, not being afraid to receive, and being grateful and accepting of what she receives, and not accepting things that are not nourishing for her. And I feel like what this connection is showing you is everything that is stopping you from remaining or staying in Empress energy or embodying Empress energy. And what you need to know is that this is all coming up to be cut out, so that you have a much more loving, gracious energy, and these fear energies don't get in the way so much of you caring for yourself and staying on the path that feels aligned for you. Because no matter what, the Empress not only trusts in herself, but she also trusts in the nature of the universe to provide, and the fact that she's worthy of receiving and worthy of beautiful, abundant things, and you are. And I feel like this connection is showing you that. And in fact, I feel like your person, part of the reason why they're working so hard is because they want to be able to give more to you, and I don't even think that's just in a material sense, but like the material sense may be important for them to have more time and energy, or to be able to relocate, or whatever the case may be for you. This connection is showing you how to care for yourself more through exacerbating your fears, your worries, and the choices that don't serve you. And that is what is giving you the wisdom to cut those things out and to choose differently and to choose things that are more loving and supportive of you. And I feel like that will also help bring you more peace in this process, where, you may still have that yearning in your heart. You may still, you may still have those experiences, but rather than, those experiences of the heart, creating a terrifying reality for you, they create a reality where it calls you deeper into connection with yourself, to be a loving, nurturing support system for yourself, even when you can't have that outside of you, or even when, and also it will also help you recognize what sorts of support are helpful or hurtful, because like I said, there are clearly energies that are around you that are giving you guidance that is not helpful, that is not nurturing, that is not caring towards you, and that's not a knock towards them. Like, they could be doing their best, but what they think is not the truth, and your truth is the truth. And the more you nourish that and honor that and care for yourself, the easier it will be for you to move through these challenging cycles. And also, you will not feed into fear as much. It will not be able to take hold over you in the ways it has in the past. That's a beautiful fucking thing. Okay, so now let's see how you can create more connection / intimacy with your person. Spirit, how can pile 4 create more connection / intimacy with their person, please? Okay, we have the 6 of Swords. So I do think that like part of this depends on their availability, but I do think that this is moving forward from the past in a lot of ways. And also, like, if you have the opportunity to travel towards them, like, that might be something that could be really special. If you guys have been thinking about moving, like, or they've been thinking about moving, like, that could be an aspect that is going to create more connection and intimacy. But I think one way you can create more connection and intimacy with your person is by doing the necessary healing to move beyond the mental patterns that create self-sabotage, doubt, fear, and a lack of trust, not only in yourself, but in others, and to do what you need to in order to move forward with move forward from like the wounding that has created those belief systems. And that obviously that's a lot easier said than done, but I feel like, you know, there are times where we can self-sabotage, you know, from our fears. And like, you know, I think a very common thing in relationships is where, you know, arguments are started because of one person's insecurities, like, you know, being projected out onto the other person and being like, you know, I don't have a good example for that, but like, if you know what I'm talking about, you know what I'm talking about. And if you're guilty of that, you shouldn't be self-flagellating. You'll just be like, yeah, I've definitely done that. And has that created more connection or more division? I can almost guarantee you it's created more division. And a lot of times, like when those situations happen, you know, what's happening truly is a desire for deeper connection, but it's just being expressed in a distorted way, and instead it's creating more division. So I feel like, you know, especially if you can't move towards your person right now, or you can't have more connection with them than what already exists, then the way to create more connection and intimacy as you move forward with them is to continue putting in check, you know, the things that hold you back, the things that keep you trapped in fear. And the past wounding that has created these ideas. And, you know, they may not leave immediately, they may not, you know, fully disappear, but at the very least you have the tools to counteract them and not allow them to be your truth and take hold in your mind so much that you are thrown off balance, that you are stuck in a state of fear, and that you are, and that might cause you, I'm not saying that you would, but might cause you to have self-sabotaging behaviors or engage in behaviors that sow discord or create more disconnection between you and your person. I feel like inner peace is leading to more peace between you and your person. And the more inner peace like you feel, and the more you're just willing to accept and move forward, like, okay, these things are the past, and I like releasing the past will help create a lot more intimacy with yourself and in turn your person. Because I think that there is a part of you that is ashamed of the fact that you have been hurt by others, ashamed of the fact that you've trusted in people that didn't have your best interests at heart. And that's not your shame to carry. That is not your job to deal with that shame. And if you can't, you know, address that on your own, please do get the help that you need. Like, I definitely think that you need rest too. Like, you need time for just healing. And I think that, you know, this connection is giving you that opportunity. And I feel like that's just creating a healthier base for you to connect with your person. And that's really beautiful. And honestly, like, nothing is out of place. Nothing is missing. I think if anything, just continuing to move forward, especially with the truths that bring peace to your heart and mind, and that feel true for you, and that, you know, help you make the decisions aligned with your highest good, like, that will be very beneficial for you. So we are going to finish off with some guidance from our loving and special mega deck. I'm using two different Affirmators decks for our mega deck today, and we are just going to see what guidance she wants to give you. So, oh wise and powerful mega deck, what guidance do you have for our incredible pile fours who are so special and perfect and do not need to judge themselves so harshly? What do they need to know? Oh, okay, and one more. All right, so we have resilience. Sticks and stones may break my bones, and unkind words can somehow drain every bit of joy and color from my once rosy life, but nothing can ever permanently damage the real me. I love myself, I cherish myself, and I vow to remember that I'm always camped out in the depths of myself, even when I don't feel like very much of myself. Yeah, and so that mega deck is really saying, like, this energy that you're experiencing will not last forever, and we know it's hard. Like, I feel like your guides are here. I feel like your ancestors are here being like, we know it's hard. But, you know, this is pushing you to forge an even deeper connection with yourself. And like the Empress believes this. The Empress says, I love myself, I cherish myself, and I vow to remember that I'm always camped out in the depths of myself, even when I don't feel like very much of myself. Like, you are always there, and you will always return to yourself. We also have, don't take it personally. If someone starts to speak unkindly to me, I'll remember that they've got something going on that has nothing to do with me. Like, maybe they just pooped their pants. Yes, that's probably it. And so, yeah, I think too, like, anything that people have told you, or like, you know, things that people have projected onto you, like, you're really being encouraged not to take it personally, because it's not about you. We also have inspiration. There is a voice of inspiration within me. Right now it's only a whisper, but the more I listen, the louder it will get. Soon it will be a flawless speech, voiced by James Earl Jones through a microphone with lots of applause. Love that. We also have cleansing. Feeling bogged down by the weight of 1,000 thoughts, feelings, boxes of mystery objects lurking in your closet? Consider this a prescription to clean house, mentally, physically, literally, figuratively, and anything else that applies adverbally. It's hard to make room for new connections and experiences when every bit of your emotional space is cluttered with psychic bric-a-brac. So enjoy a major guilt-free flush out. And see, that's why it's so important your butthole isn't clenched. And not to worry, you can always find new psychic bric-a-brac in the metaphorical clutter section of Craigslist. And finally, we have friendliness. Whenever I smile, I make someone's day better. What a cool way to buy happiness for free. Today, I'll remember what an awesome power I hold and take joy in improving lives improving lives simply by giving away grins like crazy. No, in a pinch, money will also work. And I definitely think that like that friendliness needs to be extended towards yourself. And the back of the deck, I think this is important for you too. Authenticity. Authenticity is the name of the game. Whatever comes up, I will feel it. Whatever needs to be said, I will say it. Whoever doesn't get it doesn't have to get it, but at least they know it because I've said it, and that's way better than leaving a passive-aggressive note about it. And yeah, this is what like I've really been. That's a word that I was trying to, get to that I couldn't come to. Maybe I did say that and I don't remember, but whew, pile 4. I'm going to move over to the extended now, where we are going to do a deep dive into your person's feelings and energy towards you. So if you want to check that out, please do so. But if you are leaving me here, thank you guys so much for watching. And thank you so much for letting my ads play in the background, because that's one of the simplest and easiest ways to support me and show appreciation for these long ass readings that I do. But I love doing them, don't worry. I am not complaining about that. But if you'd like to support me in other ways, you can like this video, comment down below, let me know how it resonates. You can subscribe if you haven't already. Be sure to click that little notification bell to be notified whenever I upload a new reading. I know you already subscribed because we talked about it, so if you want to be part of Notification Squad, I think that's a great squad to be a part of. I usually see Notification Squad's comments, so shout out to my Notification Squad. Also, you can check out my candles. Be sure to use code ASO10 for 10% off on, my candle line or any candles on Angelic Magic 888 site. You can check out my merch, my social media, or other videos. But that's all I have for you guys. So thank you so much for watching and for letting me read for you. I hope you all have a wonderful day or night, whenever it is that you're watching this video, and I hope you'll come back and see me again soon. Bye!